Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 16-part video series showing you how to create Tim Hortons. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So click on New and then click on the drop down and then click on Architecture Template and then press OK. So once it's open, it will open on level 1. So that's fine. We're going to change all of this and we're going to add in different floor plans and levels. So what we need to do first is to check our units. So you can type in UN and then this will pop out. Our lengths are millimeters. So we're using a metric system. You could change this to meters if you want, but I'm good with millimeters. So now that that is good, I'm gonna press OK, and then let's save this. So just go right here, or Control S, and then once you click it, just go to the folder that you want to save it. And then I'm here now. I'm just gonna save this here, and then type in Tim Hortons because that's the one that we're gonna do today. And then before you click save, you click on option first, and then here you will be able to set how many files do you want backups. So for me, I do set it at around 5 to 10. If you're a beginner, you should do it at 10 so that you can always go back to the file if you messed up. So at least you have different kinds of save files that you can go back to, and then it's not always just one. Sometimes if you're working on the architecture firm, they will set it at one, so that's something that risky, but usually because you're working on multiple projects and multiple people at the same time in that project, it's just better to have one. So now I'm gonna click on OK and I'm gonna save it on this folder. So once that's saved, here in level 1 we have this elevation tags that indicates where the elevation is. So here are the east, north, south, west. So those symbolizes this ones, and usually when you're adding, we're gonna add grid lines later on, but usually you add the grid lines in the middle, and then you make sure that the elevation tags are outside of that. So basically you want everything to be shown in this view for your model so that it's visible. So usually if you have a bigger project, you will need to move this and drag it around so that it's outside of your model so that everything is visible. So before we add grid lines, what I'm gonna do first is to set our levels. Why? Because it's important to set the levels so that we know where everything will be added. So here I'm gonna go to south elevation. Right now we have level 1, level 2. I'm going to put level 2 at 3000. And then I'm gonna call that Canopy. So I'm gonna make sure it's all cap. So I'm gonna put the Canopy on that. Would you like to rename corresponding views? Yes, because it will be changed right here. Here I could put in, so actually I want to set this one at around -200. So this will be the ground. And yes, again, I want to change that. And then let's go to architecture and click right here or type in LL. And then let's find the 200. So here I'm going to click the elbow so that everything is visible. We're gonna clean up later on, but here I want this floor to be at 0. So this will be our first. Then you can put floor as well. First floor. And then here we could put ground floor. And then actually you can also put this one at 200. And then this one at 0. So that makes sense, much better. Extending this one so that everything is visible and not overlapping. So we have a canopy right here. I'm gonna make this 3200 because I want my 3000 clearance. After that, we have a low parapet. So we're going to add another level. And then here we could add right there. And then this one, I want it to be exactly at 5000. So this one, I could put low parapet. And then same view. And then add another level. This will be 5700. And let's move this one right there. And then top parapet. And then I want to put this at 5700. And then here, put an elbow again. Or we could put an elbow on the top parapet so that we have a much better look on everything. So that's good enough. I'm happy with what we set on our level. Now we need to go to our first floor, because now I want to add in our grid lines. So to add grid lines, you can type in GR, or you can go to architecture, and this is around on the top right hand side. So GR, you can type in GR, and then usually I put it from below and going up. So something like that. And then I'm gonna click at the top as well. Press escape and then escape again. As you can see, it created number 1 grid line. Then I'm gonna select that again. You can click on copy right here or type in CO. CO, grab it, and then put it on the right side because you want it to follow on that way. So now I'm gonna type in 1532 and then enter. And then now it stopped because we forgot to click on multiply. So now if you click on copy again, you want to make sure that multiply is checked. So I'm gonna check it now and then grab this again. And now I know that we could add in multiple numbers while adding grid lines. So F4044 and then 3841, and you want to make sure that you maintain a straight, and then now for our fifth one, 1 2 2 3, and then there we go. So good thing it's still in the middle. If it's not, you can grab it and then just nudge it in place like that. You can use your arrow key in your keyboard to move it along. press escape multiple times, and now we're gonna add a grid line horizontally. So I'm gonna select grid line again, or type in GR. And then after that, we want to click on from the right side going to the left side. Give it some space because we're going to add some dimension right here. So press escape and then escape again. Now, because Revit recognized the sequencing from 5 to 6, now we could change this to a letter. Putting a letter, Revit will recognize that, and it's gonna go, once we add multiple grid lines, it will follow along the sequencing. So go to architecture again, or go to modify, select copy, and then grab it and then pull it down. And then here we could, you want to make sure it's 90 degrees, so that's straight, and then 3309. Next is 5190, 422, 4230, 3091, 3280. So that's F, and then we have up to I, and that is 5007, 4468, and then 7785. So everything looks good. It looks like everything is right here exactly, but I want to move this. So if you select one of the grid lines, if you notice there's a dash line right here, that indicates that everything is aligned. And once it's aligned, if you move one, everything will move as well. So now this elevation tag, we're just gonna move it a little bit down, because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select each and every one of this and click on the box right here to show the bubble on the right side and lower as well. So here I'm just adding each and every one of that. Unfortunately, this is the only way you can do it. There's no fast way of adding the bubble on the other side. So here I'm just adding those, and that looks good. I don't want this one to be overlapping, so I'm gonna add in an elbow, and then I'm going to add the elbow on this side as well. And then if it's not on the correct side, you can always change it and move it a little bit. So I'm just gonna undo that so that it is the same as the other. So now it's up to you to just move this along like that. You can even leave it, because we know that it's gonna cover every view of the model that we're gonna create here. So now what I'm gonna do next is I could type in DI or click align dimension, and we're going to add the dimension right here so that everybody can follow along. So here I'm just selecting on all grid line, and then I'm gonna select, if I like the positioning, I'm just gonna select at the space, and then it will fix itself there. And then we're going to add an overall as well, and then select on the space, and then it will be set there. Also on the horizontal, we're going to add dimensions as well. That's why I put some space right here so that we have enough space to add all of those dimensions, and then add an overall, and then here press escape multiple times, and then I'm just gonna pull it back a little bit, and then push this one, and then it will follow along. So now we have all of this dimension right here, and everybody should follow. And then here we have from F, and then you could just um, pause your video so that you can follow along with all the um, dimensions. This should be 36360, and then this one should be 10640. And then now it's a good time to save your work so that you won't lose it. You never know if anything could crash, so it's a good thing that you save constantly. Now we're gonna double check each and every one of the elevations. So here I'm gonna select here. You want to make sure that all of this are touching, because I'm gonna show you if this one is not touching. So right now, if we see top parapet, so I'm gonna double click on top parapet, everything is showing right here. All the grid lines that we added will be shown. So now if I go back right here, select this and drag it down. So for example only, this is not intersecting, so if you go to the top parapet, it's not gonna show the grid line. So that's why we need to double check each and every one. It's better to just give some space, at least it will show everything. Make sure that everything is touching. So here, ground floor, this one will touch as well. So here a ceiling plan, we could close this off. We're not gonna use it. So here I'm gonna go to east elevation. You want to make sure that you put this one. So here it has the aligned dimension, so we could move this one all the way there, and then here we need to move this and then give it some elbows so that everything is looking nice and not overlapping. So usually you need to find that elbow there. Most of the time it's not showing properly, so you just need to investigate where it will. Usually it's right in the middle right here. Same goes right here at the top parapet. Put an elbow there, but move it all the way at the top, and then just clean it up like that. So north, let's go right here. This one looks good. We're just going to add the elbow for the top, and then the ground floor is around there. And give it some space. There we go. And then the south, we already did this, so we're good. And then the west, double check that. And then here we just need to move it and give some space and just put an elbow on those. And then put right here. And I'm good with that. So let's go back to first floor. Clean this up because we opened so much. So I'm just going to close inactive view and click on save. And we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this Tim Hortons. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to set up the project. So now we're gonna start adding walls. So let's click on wall under architecture. And then here we have basic wall, generic 200 millimeters. I know for newer models or newer Revit, you will have something that already has um, some inside of the wall. So now you could choose one of this and then you could just clean it up if you want to. So click on edit type, duplicate, and then you could change the name to exterior wall number 1. Press OK, edit, and then as you can see, there's a lot right here that we don't need. So what will happen is we're gonna delete the exterior side, which is on this side. Core boundary, structure, and core boundary, those are the things that you cannot delete. And then here is the interior side of the wall. So now we're gonna delete, and then once you come right here, this will be grayed out, so it's not something that you could really delete. So now for the thickness, we're gonna set this one at 200, and then for the material, we can change this to something white. So usually we put gypsum wallboard, because right after this we could set up, or once we finish modeling, we could set up the materials that we're going to place once everything is set. So now we could press OK and then OK again. Now we're ready to add. But before that, as you can see, we are in first floor, and then we have top constraint unconnected. So here what we're gonna do is we're going to set this one to lower parapet. So from first floor to lower parapet, and then later on for the exterior only, we're going to put this one to ground floor. So that's something that we could do later on. This will be just a very quick showing of what we're gonna do. So here it's already set first floor. Now we go in at A1 and then going to A5. So here I'm just showing where you need to place the exterior wall. Going down, so it's just a basic model that is rectangular in shape. So there's no need to have multiple walls right here. So here we're going to put it at H2, going up to E2, going to E1, and then finishing it off at A1. So very simple like that. Now we could just edit type on this, duplicate this, and we could put in interior wall number 1. Press OK. Edit. We're gonna maintain the 200 thickness and even the gypsum wallboard. We're not gonna touch that. Press OK. OK again. So now we're going to add in our dimensions right here. So what we're gonna do is we're going to click on B2 up to A2 up to B2, and then going across all the way right here, and this will be B4, and then here we need to add at least 1000 going up, and then right now we're going to add the dimension right here around 1500, and then closing it off right here. So we're gonna close it there, so that's good enough. And then here at the grid line 3, we're going to just add a wall closing this off. And then here we're going to extend this all the way right here. So that's good right there, and then it's good right here. Also, we're going to add, or we're going to extend this dimension right here up to D. So this wall going all the way to D right here. And then we have the D right here. We will add a vestibule. So CS on this, add this one right here, closing this off. So now we have a vestibule right here as well. And then we're going to create another vestibule on this side. So here, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna select this exterior wall, CS on that, create this vestibule right here, and around 1500, and then going to E and then closing it off. And then we're going to create an opening there as well. And also, the main entrance will be located on this side. So the vestibule is going inside and it will be an interior wall. So I'm going to go right here on this number 4 grid line, putting in 1500 again, and then going right here around 2500, and then going down. So there's a vestibule as well there, and this will be a patio area right about here. So we're gonna place some tables right there with umbrellas, so that will look really nice. And then all around right here will be the restaurant dining area. So there will be all glass right here, and this will be the kitchen area where we have the D line or the D grid line. We will have a drive-through area right here, so the cars will be going around here. Menu board all will be placed right here, and then this will be where the booth is for the drive-through cashier. And then all around here we will place some kind of we're gonna do annotation, because we basically don't have the what I call this, the furniture to represent the equipments that they have there, but we're going to represent it with lines, and then I think it's good enough to show what it is. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna add in some door. So let's go to insert, load family, and let's go to doors, and we have a commercial doors right here that we're gonna use. I'm probably going to use this for some of the storage, so I'm gonna use this open. I'm gonna use maybe 900 by 2000, and then CM. Actually, you need to press DR because it's a system family and it has its own category. So here we could add this one right here, and then we need to add a wall onto this around 1500 from this wall. So 1500 from this wall, you just need to add that. And we have this double door here that is with glass, and then let's go back, add in more. So we need to look for more type of door, so we could use this cold room because this is a cold storage room, and 900 by 2000 again, and then CM, So dr, sorry, and then add it like that. And we want to flip this on this side. So we have this cold storage right here. And then let's go to add the washroom, because these are the washrooms. So let's go to insert again and then load family, and let's look for others. So maybe we could use this. Click open. I'm gonna load all of them and then press OK. Yes, I want to add all of them. Then dr, and then here we need to add 700 is good, 750. Let's add this one right here, and then right here as well. We could move this a little bit. 1200 would be good enough, just to add this right there. So we could add urinals right here, and then we could add some stalls right here, bathroom stalls right here. And then in terms of here, we could add in another door, CS. We could put this one at 900 by 2000, and we're going to add here for the employees, so that they could enter here. Because we're going to close this off, we're going to add in a table. We're going to close this off, so we're going to extend this a little bit like that. So it's around 3700, and then we're going to just add in around 1200 of wall. So this is a wall right here, and then we could have the counter right here. And then in terms of the equipment, it's something that it's gonna be hard for me to look for certain equipment. So I had something, we're going to insert. So let's go to import CAD. I'm not gonna link it, I'm just gonna import it. Obviously I'm gonna provide this as well, and here I'm just gonna put it in black and white, first floor, and then click on open. And then after that, we will have something that looks like this. I'm gonna unpin it, and then here it's going to be placed onto this wall. Now we could just move this somewhere right here. We need to move this again, so I'm going to edit this one. I just need to move this. So instead of that being edit, I'm going to edit this wall. So I'm going to align it. So this is created in AutoCAD, and then now we're going to place it on the correct position. And then here we could move this one down and put this one right here. So everything is aligned accordingly. AL. So even though we haven't done this one, we could definitely use this to utilize the look. So at least you know where the positioning of all the equipments are. This is where they will bake, because Tim Hortons is a cafe, and then they bake some donuts there. So it could be the prep area and the baking area. We have the cold storage right here. We have the washroom right here, and then we have basically some sandwich area here. They sell breakfast sandwiches here as well, and then anything else that they could sell. It's all over in this counter. We will have this one as the drive-through, and then we will create a counter right here. We're going to just add basically the door right here, but we're going to use something different. But all the doors right here, we could add it now. So let's go and create. I'm thinking of adding something like this. Click on open, and then we're going to add 9,000 by 2,000, and then the 750 by 2,000. So I'm holding on control button and then picking both of those, DR, and then here we could just add something right here. I think the 750 is good enough. And then this will be curtain doors, even for the entrance. If we could find a double door glass, we're probably going to add that, but unfortunately maybe this one will be good enough. So click on open. I'm going to add 1800 by 2000. That's good enough. DR, and then let's add it right there. So that's for the main entrance. CM or just DR on this. And then we could just add a double door here, and then we're going to add door right here going out and there. And then here what we could do is we could just move this one somewhere like that, so that we have enough space for people to go around here. And then obviously we're going to add, so we're going to align this one, and then some counter right here. And then let's just go to architecture, component, model in place, and generic model. We're gonna create the counter right here. I'm gonna create an extrusion, and then here we could just create the counter, and I'm gonna maximize this space. We're going to put this one at 875, and then click material. Usually it's something that is, so laminate ivory, we could use this one. Click finish, and actually what we could do, a better way to do it is to make it small, because I know there's shelvings below here, so I could represent that, and then create another extrusion, and this one is the one that is going to be overall, and we're gonna set this one, pick a plane and select this one. Now this will be 25, and the materials is something like a stone material. So let's look for a stone materials right here. Click on that. Let's do something that is maybe granite. Click OK, apply, and then select this one, and let's just add this. So now if we see it, it will look like that. There's an overhang there, and we're going to add something right here. So I'm gonna add cash register. So go to first floor again, CM, and we're going to add cash register right here. At the same time, actually, I'm gonna go to 3D and wanna make sure that this one is in the correct elevation, and then also this one, what we could do is move this one on this side because I know they have a display. So I'm gonna AL on this as well, and then we have a cashier display that we could add right here, but this one is really big. It's the same thing that we use for the Shell gas station. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it right here for now, and then we're going to edit this, and then I will provide the edited family as well. So let's go to reference level, and what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna delete this, and then delete this as well. And I want to make sure I can see it in 3D. And maybe I could just extend this too. And then here we could just manually move this, remove constraint. And I think that's good enough. So I'm gonna save this, save a copy. So I'm gonna click on Save As, and then go to Desktop and save it there first. And then probably I'm gonna rename it for the use of this. So Tim Hortons display. So now we could add a display right here, and then we could add 2 of this on this side. And then we're obviously going to put something in the middle, so don't you worry. And we want to see the realistic look of those, so that's looking good. And then we're going to add it in the middle, and then add another one. So we're going to stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 3 of this Tim Hortons. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to insert an AutoCAD file. I'm going to provide this, don't worry. And then we also inserted the display, cashier display, and then we created the cashier stand. And then we have some cashier here that we're going to put on the proper elevation. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add another one like this one as well. So I'm gonna edit in place, and then let's go to 3D, and I'm going to try and add this. So I'm gonna copy and then move this one on this side. And here I'm just going to put this one all the way on this side, and then this we could copy this one as well, and then we could edit afterwards. So I'm editing this one right about there, and then if we click finish and see in 3D, it will look something like this. Now we need to put this one in a proper elevation. So I'm gonna click on section, and I'm gonna put a section right about here. Double click it, and we're gonna see the cashier. So we could move this one all the way at the top, and then after this, AL, and let's select this countertop and then this one. Now I'm going to delete this, go back to first floor, and here we could just copy this one. So I'm gonna copy CO, copy it right here on this side, and then on this side. So now we have multiple cashier line right here that people can line up to, and that's very significant in Tim Hortons. When you're coming in, there's a lot of people buying coffees and donuts, so you need multiple lines like this. And another thing, let's go to 3D. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this one like this, just a small wall, and I'm going to edit this one. So right here, we could delete this now. For now, we don't need it anymore. So TR, trim and extend on this side, and then here select this CS, and we're going to add this wall right here, AL, align it on this side, and before we put it in, we want to make sure that this is the correct size, and then now we could just join them together. So now it will look like that. And then let's go back to first floor. What I want to do is I want to add an axis here as well. So CS, and let's add in this door right here on this side. And then we could just flip this one like that. Or let's flip it on this side so that this won't be that we have enough space there. We could also change this to 750, and then now it looks much better. We have enough room. So now we have an access right here, access here. We need to have some access on this side. Now we could just go and add this one. This is for the back, so we need some access here for loading, and then here we could just flip it on this side. So loading, we can unload some stuff right here as well, and we have access at the back door. So next thing we're gonna do is we need to go to our ground floor, and we need to add our grounding right here. That will give us some spacing on what we're gonna do here. So go to ground floor, so double click on ground floor, and then here we're going to add the roundabout, or like the round here, so that we could have this area, and then we need to have some space right here where the canopy area is, or the patio area. So let's go and go to architecture, click on floor, and then ground floor, edit, duplicate. This will be floor number 1. Press OK, edit, change the thickness to 200, and then here we need to add like a different concrete. I'm going to use this one, this concrete right here, and that concrete will be the one from the inside. So I'm gonna add this concrete and lay it out all over here, and then right there. And of course we need to trim it. So here SL, and then TR1 here. And then we want to make sure everything is trimmed off. Click finish. Let's look at it at 3D and how it looks. So now it looks like that. Like I said earlier, we need to connect our exterior wall to the ground floor. So we need to select one, or just um, hover over here. As you can see, it connect everything. You can connect this one as well by holding on control. And then here, what we could do is we could connect it from the base level ground floor. So now everything looks much better. And then actually the one for first floor should be the one. So we need to add, so for the ground floor, actually we need to change this, edit this. We need to actually create the surrounding, not just this one. Just because this is for, sorry, so I'm gonna delete this. This is all for this part. And then this part. So click on finish. You can see that in here. Now we need to create the one for the ground floor. So here I'm going to put this one at the ground floor as well. And then go to first floor now and create another floor. This will be floor number 2. Duplicate 2, edit, change the material. Let's put in tiles. So let's put this one, apply, OK, and then OK. This is the one that we add in the perimeter. So even though if we add this one right here, that's fine. But you want to make sure that you're in the interior part. And then let's move this right here and then going there. TR and the SL first for this part, TR after, to trim and extend, and then trim and extend right here. That looks good. Click on finish. Now to see it in 3D, that's the proper location for those. And then we have this ground floor right here, and then we need to extend it for the patio. So let's go to ground floor, edit boundary. We're going to extend this all the way to the I grid line. And then obviously we need to put a fillet arc on this. So probably around 1400. I'm gonna do the 1400. And then here as well, for this one we could extend it a bit more and then fillet arc this 1400. We could change that later on. There we go. And then just put in 1400 on this part. And then I'm just going to extend this one a little bit so that we have some over there, and then a little bit of a curve right here and a curve on this side. So we're just putting in some curve. And we want to make sure that it looks good. So that looks good on that. And it will be nicer in the side plan. As you can see, everything will be looking like that. So go back to first floor, and the thing that we can add is we can add in some furnitures. As you can see, this is the main entrance and then the side entrance right here. We're probably going to add windows all around here, so that will be fine. Windows all around, and then we're going to utilize the curtain grids and curtain walls, and we will add the doors on that. And then after this, so let's go to insert load family, and let's go back to the main, and then here we need to go to furniture, and we need to have some tables. So here we have some tables right here. We could add this all throughout. Open CM on that, and we need to add some small tables on this side. So that's good. Also, we have this under the second link. I'm gonna have it on the part 1 description. We will have a second link, all office furniture. We need to download this because there's a lot of furnitures that we could just download from here. So download anyway. Once you do have it, show in folder, and then you could double click it afterwards. So now once you do, just double click on that, you'll be able to access some furniture that we could add it here. So just for example, we have something that looks like this. This we could add it, or even for a lounge like this, we could add it all around, so it will look nice in the images. So most of the time we could have some small tables, and then here we have some lounges like this that we could add. And then we also have something that looks like this. I want to add it as well, so I'm gonna add that, and then go to first floor, and then copy paste, and something right here that we could add. We could delete this, and then if you see it in 3D, it will look like this. Something that you see on a restaurant. Obviously we're gonna put it somewhere here, so let's go back here and add this one on this side. So MV to move, and then add it right here. So just a little bit more. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to move it like this. The thing is, I like that we have this one on this side. So for me, I rather move everything else. So something like that, because it will look realistic once it does. So here I'm just gonna extend this, why not, so that it looks nice, and then delete this one, and then just move this one right here. It looks built in there, so that's why I'm doing the changes that I did. So that one looks good there. We need to add more, so let's go back right here. This one is the one that you put on the ledge, and then this one is those conference table, those high conference table that we could use. Let's add that, and then add it on this part. Rotate it a bit, and then just leave it like that. So at least we have a side where we have this high chair right there. And we could just add one more, copy, CO, and one more like that. So that looks good right there. And then we could place this around here. And then let's go right back here and maybe just place this one right here. I think this is good enough, only this part. And then we could add it on this side all throughout. Then rotate it. And we could just add it on this side. We're leaving some space here. We could put in something there, like a prepping area for customers who buy something that, like the coffee, they need to add more milk or sugar. I think this is a place where you could add it there. And then copy it again, add one more right here on this side, and then at least one more. Copy, and that looks good. You have some space right there. And then here we could just add more here. So maybe copy. We could move this one on this side. Let's move this right about here. And then placing it like this, sprawling it. Giving some space. And then adding more of these tables onto this side. And then like that. So I think we have enough room for everything else. And then here we could add in the shelf. Not shelf, so actually I think that's good enough that we add it there. And then obviously they could line up right here. So hopefully I could find in some rope, those line rope. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this Tim Hortons. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add furniture. Now we're gonna continue working on this, what I want to load. So let's go to insert, load family, and we want to add the toilets. So let's go to plumbing. And then architecture, fixtures, and then we have water closet right here. And we could use this commercial 2D and 3D, but what I want to do is I'm just gonna put in the 2D. So click on open, save your project, CM, and then here we'll be able to add one urinal here, and then multiple right here for the ladies, and then we will have sink here, but here we need to add in the other one. So here we have urinals. We could add this one, CM, and add one here and one more here. Then after that, or we could actually move this one on this side. Most of the time, Tim Hortons, they have small washroom or bathroom. So here we're going to add in the wall. So we could edit type, duplicate, we could put interior wall number 2, and then we can make this one around 50. Press OK and then OK, and then here we could just add all of this like that. So let's add this. Make sure you have some room, because one of them will be the ones for the actually I don't like the layout for this one. Instead, I'm gonna put this one on this wall. I think it's better in terms of layout. And then of course one of them is for handicap. So click on the wall again, and then we could maximize the space right here, and then add one there, and then here we could basically add more space, and then move this a lot. So I think that's good enough. We have enough space here, and we could put this one in this layout so that we can maximize the space right here, and I think that's good enough. And then we need to add in some door, so we're going to at least add the smallest door that we could add. Let's click on door, and then let's find this one, or let's add in or create ours, because this one is too big. So we could edit this, we could duplicate, and we could put this one at, let's put it at 600. So we're editing a door right now, 600. Click OK, and then here we could just add it, and then here let's add it there. And as you can see, it doesn't conform to the thickness, so we could put 50. And then for now, let's just add this one like this. And the problem with it is it's not framing it properly. So it's something to do with the thickness or the depth. So we'll just leave it like that and deal with it later on. But now I want to add in the sink. So let's go to insert, load family, go back, and then we could have the sink right here. And I'm just going to simply add a square vanity, and then CM, add a vanity right here. That's good enough. And then maybe just 2 right here. Click on annotate and detail line. This one we're going to add in like that, and then move this a little bit in the middle, and move this one like that. And I believe that's good enough. We have our room, and spacing is good as well. So here, this is like a cold storage. So let's insert, load family, and we want to do go back to furniture, and here in furniture we have storage, and we have some shelvings that we could use. And the good thing about this one is you can edit this one and make it big if you want to. So here it's just, I think, good enough size. If you want to edit this one and change this to this one, you can have to as well. I think that's a lot better. At least we could move it all the way to the corner. Align it. And then now we should just copy this. So copy. We have ours on that corner, and then obviously we need to add more for the cold storage. And it's up to you how you want to move it. I'm just gonna eyeball it. I just want to represent those, so I'm happy with that. And then we could maybe add one more right here on. So we have something like this, CS on that, space bar, so that we could just add it right here at the corner. And then obviously we need more storages right here. Most of the time it's very crucial to have a lot of storages. And then AL like that. So we have some space and some storages, racking, and all of those stuff. So that's looking good. We have our washrooms already like that. And next thing we're gonna do is we could add in our windows. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to architecture, click on walls, and then go to drop down and use curtain wall. After this, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add windows right here, windows also here, and then windows right here. You want to make sure that you're going from the inside. That's why I'm pressing spacebar. Going inside of the wall. And then here, we're going to copy the way that Tim Hortons does this, is around 1400. So we want to make this one consistent. And we could just move it, center it from here. Center everything from those locations. Center it from the table. And then here we could have the same thing but a lot bigger. So 2500 for this one right here. And I'm manually doing this. We're going to have walls right here, walls also here, and then walls around here. Maybe the 2500 because this is a lot bigger area, but we need to cut it a bit. So that's good enough. Next thing is go to modify, click on cut geometry, and then what we need to do is select the wall and then the window. So that's what we need to do. So there's a lot of cutting that we're gonna do here, and then we need to create the model grids. So we need to add those ones right here. So usually when we're doing this, it's actually the whole window that we do, but we're going to give that effect here as well. And probably I want to add one right here as well. So I could CS here. CS is create similar. You can basically grab anything that you already have here, and you could just do CS, and you'll be able to access that just like holding it, instead of you double checking everything. That way it's a lot faster for you. So now I'm gonna go to 3D, and we're gonna see how this one looks. We have this one from ground to lower part. So we will have our lower part parapet right here on the top. What we could do is we could actually increase this, because I don't want the negative. So I'm gonna select each and every one of this, select visible in view. I'm gonna take this off. Let's see how it looks. So we could put 0, apply. That's too much, so negative around 1500, because I still want some. We're gonna put in some awning, so probably negative 2000. I think that's good, because we're going to add an awning from all of that. And then here we're going to make it a little bit smaller, because looking at the image that I'm seeing, we don't need to have this one too much, so just enough. And then make this one at least in the middle. And then here we could just, I think that's good enough. So we will have different so basically we will have different materials incorporating all of this. So that's why I'm trying to figure out how this one will go. I think this is good enough. We could just leave it like this. And then obviously this one is inclined a bit, so we will just have something like a concrete that is sliding into. Because we could basically we could base off set this to 200 if you want to, but the thing is it's actually inclined there, so might as well have a good transition right here that we're going to add all around. And then here I think that's good enough. I'm happy with the way this one looks. So now what I'm gonna do is we're going to add, so I'm gonna click on first floor. I think it's better for us to add the roof. So here click on roof make sure to uncheck define slope, and then here edit type, duplicate, roof number 1, edit, make sure to change the thickness to 200 and change the material right here. We could put in this one for now. Okay, okay, and after this, make sure your base level is at low parapet, and then apply, and then click right here, and then you want to make sure to check the inside, and then just go all around here. We'll make sure to copy everything, and we will take care of the trimming afterwards. And then once it's done, just click on finish, and then we're gonna trim it, TR, trim and extend right here as well. Double check everything is intersecting. Here we need to add, it's right here actually, SL to split element. And then let's connect right here and clean that up. Now click on finish, save your project, and then let's see it like that. And then here we could just put it, top offset should be around 400, so it will create a parapet right there. And like I said, we will have some part that is a lot higher. So here we could just add this one, select this one right here, and then let's put in 400 as well. So that looks good. I'm happy with the way that look. We will basically add our drive-through right here as well. So we're gonna open this up. So what we're gonna do is we're going to add a curtain wall as well, CS on this, and then let's add that curtain wall on this side. We can make it a little bit smaller, something like this. Modify, cut geometry, select the wall and then the window. And then here we need to pull this one up. And that looks good. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this Tim Hortons. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish off all the curtain walls. So now we're going to add in curtain grids and then some mullions. So what I'm gonna do is go to architecture and click on mullions. The way that we're going to add the mullions right here is by using grid lines. So here I'm basically going to add a grid line from horizontal first. So here I'm going to add grid lines, and let's select this one right here. And I'm going to put around 500 from below, because I'm looking at an image from Tim Hortons and they have something that looks like this. So I'm gonna do 500 and I'm gonna add on all windows. And then after I add that, I'm going to divide this. And where we're going to put some doors, don't do anything for that part. So here we have this one as well. And basically we're going to make it solid for the bottom and then just glass, regular glass. So it's basically the way they they show or they design. So here I could just go midpoint on all of this. And maybe before I change this, I'm gonna make it solid so that it's easier for me. And then here we're going to select. So actually before you put the grid line in the middle, I think it's easier for us to just highlight the panel itself only and then make it solid. And then after that we're going to change it afterwards. So for the solid part, I want to actually make it metal, so that's good. Material default, we're going to make this one aluminum. Maybe it's already here, right there, so that's good. And then we just need to be patient and do this on the bottom panel. In order for you to do that, use control button so that you'll be able to do multiple selection, and at the same time tabbing, and then release anything and then hold control and then click, tab, hold control and then click, tab, hold control and click. And then now just do the solid part. And I believe that's good enough. And then now we could divide this. And then we're going to add something at the top as well. So here we could basically maybe divide this one. So in threes. Let me just double check this one if we put this one properly, of if we divide this one, because it's going to snap if it notice or it feels like you're dividing it in between or just making three. This one I'm gonna divide and then put it right there. And then lastly, another 500 at the top. This one, the one at the top is not going to be visible because we're going to add in an awning. And then we could just align that. And then for the one for the door, add top as well. And then this one, we just need to align it. I believe this is the one, or this one, AL. There we go. And then add this one right here, 500. This one is probably a double door, so just divide it in between. There we go. And then now we're ready to add mullions. So go to architecture, click on mullion, and we're gonna use 50 by 65. You will need to click on all grids, and then now just click on all grids. Here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it smaller. So I'm gonna add in another grids there. There we go. This one, we're going to add something at the sides. So here, we need to know, are we going to put this one only in one segment? So for this one, let's just add something like this. Maybe around 300. There we go. And then 300 as well here. And then this one here as well. There we go. And then click on mullion again, all grids, and then select that right there, and then right here. And then because this is the one for the doors, you will need to remove the mullion below, because that's how we will need to swing. So that's good right there. Afterwards, we need to go to insert, load family, and go to doors, and then let's load curtain wall single glass. Click on open, and the way you do it is you need to select the panel itself. Once you select it, click, and then drag right here, and then select this one. In terms of the orientation, we will need to go to the first floor, but we don't need to do it right now. And then here, go to find so that everything shows. So now here, select this one, click on door. Let's remove this. And actually, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna delete all of this. Or maybe I'm gonna undo this, and I'm gonna add in curtain grid right here, because probably around 140 on each side. I'm gonna undo that. I'm gonna select one segment only. I don't want to do that on the other side. So 160 is good enough as well. So click on mullion, click this one as well, and this one, and then now delete the ones right here, and make sure to select this and then the glass. And then in terms of orientation, don't worry about it, we're going to do that later on. This one, and then now go to first floor. We could change this. Let's flip it on the other side like that. Flip it like this, and then flip it again, and then flip this part. So now everything is in proper orientation. I'm gonna do this one as well, and then we're gonna click on all mullion. We're gonna make it simple like that. It will look like it's a sliding window right there. So that's good enough. Of course, we're going to add in an awning as well there. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change some of the heights on this. So here, this is where we're going to have an upper parapet. So what I'm gonna do now is go to first floor, and I'm gonna make sure to cut this first. So SL, let's cut this, and then let's unjoin this. I'm gonna try to unjoin this, and then here, because this is unjoined, we could basically, so here it's hard to see, but we need to put this one into top parapet, but I don't like the look of this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna undo this, undo. I think the easiest part is I'm gonna slice it with gap. There we go. So once it's with gap, I think it's a lot better to manipulate. So now if we go here, top parapet, that's good right there. And then now we need to remove the gap. I think what we could do is I think we need to undo this and then SL. Let's slice this, and we really need to move this one. And the thing that got issue with that is we need to now, let's clean it. So SL, cut it specifically right here, and then we could just put it top. Then I'm just gonna leave it like that, and then go back to first floor, and we're gonna do this as well on this side, and then change this to top parapet. There we go. So we have this, and then we need to do something on this side as well. So we're going to make this going up as well. And then we just need to go right here and cut this one as well. SL. There we go. Change this to top parapet. Move this one. AL. Something like this. And then we could actually make this big as well if we want to, but we're going to clean this up for sure. I like to add more, and then here what we're gonna do is, so we're going to change the joining right here. So wall joint, select that, and then click on next. So I'm gonna do this instead. So I'm happy with that, the way the wall joint is. And then try this one as well on this side. Trying to push this one like that, and then here. I think that's good enough. So now I'm gonna assign, so let's go to modify and then let's use paint to assign. So I'm gonna use bricks. I'm gonna use this one just to select this side, and then as you can see, this is all around, so we need to clean this up as well. So I need to change the orientation of how this one looks. So I'm gonna use SL as well. There we go. And then we could add this paint right here. And then for the higher parapet, we need to do some stone. So for the stone, I'm going to use I think wood first, just to show the difference. So I'm gonna use this first. The only thing that I don't like is the way this one looks. And this one as well. And then for this, we're going to SL again here. And then we're going to set a different one. I'm gonna use something different. So this one will be wood plank. Maybe I'm gonna choose parking stripe for now, so that to change that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this Tim Hortons. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to assign materials, and then we change elevation on our parapets. Now we're gonna continue working on this, and one thing that I want to point out is if you have this issue like what I have, and you can see that there is there is a wall that is sticking out even though if you assign the material. The reason for this is there's a perpendicular wall, which is this wall right here. So if we go to first floor, it will fix on this one once we push this one in. So this one is the one that is causing this. If we go back, as you can see, this one, there's no more indented wall there, or a piece of material there. So now you just need to go back and push it in, and as you can see, those are fixed already. And also we also have it right here. So now, knowing that that's the solution, we just need to go back right here, and as you can see, we have this one right here. Push it back and then double check it, make sure everything is clean again, and then pull it back again. And then there you go, everything will be clean, like as you can see here. So now I'm also going to increase the height here, and then instead of low parapet, I want it to be top parapet, similar to what I just did there. And in today's video, we're going to concentrate on how we're going to create the Tim Hortons logo. Unlike the other times that I just add the McDonald's logo, it also came with when I inserted in Twinmotion. It came to I got it from 3D Warehouse. So now what I'm gonna do is I want to create a logo so that you will know how to create it as well. So what I usually do first is I'm planning to add the Tim Hortons logo right here in front of the main entrance. So I'm planning to put it right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my south elevation, and as you can see, this is the main entrance, and roughly I'm going to use annotate detail line and then just a thin line, just to basically gauge the size of it. So around probably 2800, and as you can see, 2800 by 800 or 900, whatever you want the size to be. And at least I have a gauge on how big it is. So 2800 by 800. And then now I can delete this. It's just for my visual tendency, because I'm a more visual person, so I need to see what I'm gonna do. So that's the Tim Hortons right there. So 2800 by 800. Now what we need to do is we need to go to uh, AutoCAD. The reason that we need to go to AutoCAD is so that we could create the Tim Hortons logo from a image. So what I need to do now is I'm gonna pause here, and then we're going to open AutoCAD. So I opened the AutoCAD, and one of the first step that you need to do is you need to know what template are we gonna use. So I'm using a millimeters, so we're gonna use a metric. So this is a metric right here. So if you don't understand, you can press in UN, that's units, and then this is under millimeters. So that's good enough. I'm just gonna turn this off. I don't need that grids. And then now we could go and select a rectangle, or you can even put a line and just put in 2800. So actually that's 2800 by 800. So that's good enough. I'm just gonna create the rectangle right there, and then we're going to import an image. Usually if you Google Tim Hortons logo, you will see some PNG files that you can add here, or you can even put a JPEG file. So I'm gonna click on import and then press enter. Once you do, you will have this one right here, and I already have the logo. And then I'm gonna open the logo, and then what happened is it's generating. What you can also do instead of that is just having the the file, all the folder open. And once you have the file open, you can just drag and drop. So as you can see, it's very small. So that's why we have this rectangle box, so that it will give us the scale. So you could just add it, and then it will ask you to scale factor it. You can put 1, but it will be very small. So what I'm doing right now is I'm scaling it, or I'm just assuming the scale right now. So I'm just going to estimate it like that. And then after that, it will ask you to rotate. You just need to rotate it in 0. So similar to that. I'm gonna put it inside the box to see how big it is. So it looks good, but I want to size it more. So scale, select that. So you can select it first, type in scale, enter or spacebar, and then you could resize it like that. What you can also do instead of what I did is you can do select that scale, and then select the base point, and then type in R for reference, spacebar, and then go. It will ask you to add the first and then the second, and then now you could select that. So usually what I do is I'll move it first to this location, and then so that I could grab it from here up to here and then scale it. So let's do it again. Select this one, scale, press space bar, select it in the base point. Don't worry about that. So type in R space again, and then grab it from the each ends right here, and then space it like that. So now it will be exactly the same 28 by 800, 2800 by 800 size. And if you want to see, we could change the background transparency. So once you select that, the image plugin will be available here, and then you'll be able to see everything. So you can change the background transparency. I'll probably going to include those PNG for you guys, so that you will know, you can practice how to do it. So now what I'm gonna do is go to home. You could even put it into a different layer, so it's up to you guys. For me, I'm just gonna put it in layer 0, and then you can go here onto draw, and then you could use spline, and then what you could do is you could zoom in, and then you can click there. You can turn off ortho, so F8 to turn off ortho, and then yeah, just click, and then you just need to, as you know, it will bend, so make sure to give it some handles there. So give it more handles so that you can push it back later on once cleaning it. So any corner, you need to add more of those handles so that it's easier for you to, as you can see, it's easier to, so easier for you to handle those corners, and it won't bend this much. So this is just how I do it, and as you can see, it will be time consuming, but even though it's time consuming, at least you will know how to create something like this, and then eventually you will create something different, like probably a different brand, a different restaurant, or whatever you want, and you'll be able to do it in Revit. So here, this is the one I'm gonna close, and then click on spacebar. So now we have the T, and we just need to create all of this. I know it will be very time consuming um, if I'm just gonna do it all at once right here. But as you can see, it will you will need a lot of patience when you're doing this. Plus, it will give a better look into your renderings once you create this. So space bar again. And sometimes what you can do is you can, even though you haven't finished it, you can stop probably in the midpoint, click space bar and then draw another one so that um, it's not the whole thing that you're doing. You could take a rest. So it's easier to just probably do that. But if you have a lot of patience, just do it all at once. So as you can see, every corner, add more handles. I believe they call it differently. Um, as you can see right there. And then I could basically add in a stop here. And as much as possible, get all the curves if it has a curve. And then luckily, this is a spline. And for a spline, it's really easy for you to change it because it only has some handles. I think they call it vertices. So I'm gonna stop here and to show you that you can also stop. So here I'm gonna stop, space bar. So when you're stopping, use space bar, and you can even zoom here and then yeah, they call it vertices. So you can even add, remove, or refine vertices. So here probably we're going to add. So I'm gonna add vertices. I'm gonna add it right here, and then we could add more so that you know how to change, and then you could also know how to improve. So as you can see, we improve at least this one. And because this is a spline, what you can do is select that. If you added a lot of vertices, so for me, I should have added a lot of vertices here, not just a straight, so that I could see I could show the curve. But as you can see, I could just add it right now. There you go. Now you could grab that vertices, and then you could push it upwards. It will still create that curve that you want to. And then now you could have something like that looks like this. Once you finish, basically you just need to delete the background. So here I'm just gonna delete the background, delete, and then you will have the Tim Hortons logo if you finish this. If not, what I will provide something that looks like this. As you can see, I finished the Tim Hortons, and as you can see, nothing is full. Sometimes I need to stop on all of those. So I'm gonna save this one as uh, Tim Hortons logo, and then save it right here, and then I will provide this one as well. So don't you worry, guys. But of course, I always want you guys to practice, and then I can just delete that. So I'm gonna save it again, close this off, and also I'll probably going to provide this one as well. This is very nice. Usually I see it in the inside of the Tim Hortons. So if you're planning to do an inside interior as well, I suggest that you create this one. but I'm probably just going to do the exterior, and I'm good with that. So I'm gonna save this one as logo number 2. So Tim Hortons logo number 2, and then save it. And then this one was the practice that we did, and as you can see, it's really good using spline. So I'm gonna close this off. Now you can close all of this, and then we could go to our Revit now. And what you need to do is go to your south, and I'm gonna teach you how to insert it. So go to insert, import CAD, importing CAD, because it's just it's gonna be just one time we're gonna use this. It's not something that you need a link CAD because you want it to be constantly right there. Similar to what we have here, this one, you could actually put this one as link CAD because you're gonna constantly having it in your plan. If you change it, it will reflect on the changes instantly. So it will be linked to the location that you place the drawing is, and then it's easier to do. But for this one, I'm just gonna put it as import CAD, and then just go to the location that you have it. So I'm just looking for the location offline, off screen, because I have some files there. So, and then AutoCAD file, and then here I'm gonna use this. You can preserve. Well, I could just do black and white. I know it's only black and white, but for my sake, I'm just going to do black and white. Click open. I think before we have to do this, we need to select this one as our attachment. But even though, I'm just going to import this CAD first. Go back, Tim Hortons. I know it will be placed at the ground, so I'm gonna be right there. Luckily, it's flipped to the orientation that we want to. And the good thing about this is, so I'm just going to, the good thing about this is it will, so sometimes when you're doing this, sometimes it will lose this aspect right there. I think if we go to 3D, we also have it at the top as its logo. So this one is the one that we created, but I extruded something there. So that's fine. Now I just want this one to be shown right here. So I'm gonna grab this, and then I'm just going to move this and move it in front so that we could see it, right? So go to south and then drop it right there. That's the perfect location that I want it to be placed at. And then after that, once everything is placed, what we could do is go to architecture, click model in place, and then generic model. Press OK, click OK, and then because this is CAD, we just need to set it on, pick a place, pick a plane, extrusion, and we could basically use this pick lines. So that's good with CAD and Revit. They recognize the lines, and what you could do is you could just click all of this. But before that, let's set a material. So I'm gonna set create duplicate. I would like this one to be Tim Hortons logo material. Apply, okay, and then now just pick line, and this will be fun as well. It will take a long time just to do this, but either way, it's a lot easier than paying someone to do all your logos, and it's a good way of understanding how things works. So at least you will know what to do when your company asks you to mimic some logo, especially in architecture. Every logo, for example, if your company is working with Tim Hortons, they will ask you to render an image. At least this is a first step for you guys to know how to do this. Not sure why I cannot select this. And then not sure if everything will be good once this one's on, but just for example, I just want to close it off instantly. What we could do is I just want to see how it looks, so that's why I'm just closing it for now, something like that. Look at 3D. It's not done, but we're going to finish this for sure, especially on those stuff that we cannot select. At least you know that this will be done correctly. So I'm gonna do this offline or off camera. I know this is a time consuming part, so at least I showed you everything, and then once we come back for the next video, this will be done, and then we're gonna do other things that to show that this is a Tim Hortons um, restaurant or cafeteria. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 7 of this Tim Hortons. Let's get started. So in the last video, I asked you guys to create the Tim Hortons logo. I showed you how to do it, how to use AutoCAD and everything like that. But as you can see, I'm still working on mine, just because I forgot to tell you that when you're doing the logo in your CAD, actually what you need to do is to mix it up, because not not all the not everything would be selected. For example, if you use um, spline, actually it's not recognized in Revit. So here what I did is I mixed it up with lines, and then I mix it up with arc, and then lines again. I think that's the easiest way to do. And those things that you cannot do, like for example this one, it has a lot of curves, you use spline on that. Here I use spline, and then you could use curves around here. So I'm still gonna provide this one, but as you can see, I'm still not done with mine because I will need to reduce some of that. So as you can see, if I try and selecting this, it's not letting me. But even though it's still gonna give me a lot of help because I could just do my own spline, and as you can see, I could just click multiple times right here, and it's still going to, you can even click on tab if it's not going to, if it's not going on the line. And as you can see, everything looks good now. Even though it's more work, at least I know that this one is going to be correct in terms of how it looks. I'm not jumping into something that will not look correct. So here I'm just going to add that. And with the spline here, you could really adjust those logos right there. So here in this video, I'm probably just going to fix all of this. And as you can see, I use spline on this side. Let me double check here. I use spline there, and that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just going to show you guys that there is still more work to do. It's not gonna be easy. So you're still gonna have this, but you're gonna work similar to mine, and that's the way it is. I'm not gonna provide the actual model, but I'm gonna provide the CAD, and then I showed you how to add it here. There we go. It clips there, and then just move this one around. There we go. As much as possible, I'm using the tab command if it's not letting me go to the line. And as you can see, it's really helping me to guide the cursor in order for us to have this nice look right here. And then make sure to select that end right there. And that's what I'm gonna do here. Here it's just a straight line, but for some reason I used something there. I'm going to select this. For sure I have something that is curved there, but I'm just going to move this one right there. And then I could bend it a little bit, just enough for that. Nice. And you don't need to be really accurate in terms here, because some of this, it's not going to be visible. Okay, that's why I'm just trying to show you guys how I do it, so that you won't be surprised that how come it's not being selected. And then here I'll probably add more of the vertices because there's a big curve right here, and the more you add vertices, the better the curve will look. And as you can see, it only gives me a little bit of that gap there that is not even noticeable. It's not something that is very crucial when you're doing this. It's just good enough that I could just leave it like that. So again, right here, click on tab so that you could go in the middle there. And then now this is getting a lot of curve. Might as well add more of those vertices on this area. You could basically skip if you know already what you do, but for those beginners, I want them to have those full look that this is something that is um, doable. And then here I'm gonna press escape because I know I'll be able to just connect it from those corners right there. So I just want to make sure that I have all of this things that I could select. Oops, I'm just gonna undo that. Click here. So there's still more, but I made sure we put it in those really curved ones, like this one, like the S, especially the S. That's something that it's really hard to mimic with arc and lines. So at least we are covering everything else. I just want to do this so that we could just keep on connecting all of this to those that are selectable. And then we have this R right here that we could just select. Not sure how that happens. And then really, this is just to connect all of them. And this is really going to be very small. So, and then just keep on selecting. Right here, we could just select it on that and then click on tab. I'm gonna select another one there so that it doesn't give me too much of that curve. And then connect it to those ones. And then here, I just need to connect. There we go. There we go. So just some adjustments that you want to do, and then just push it there. And then here again, so that's why clicking on tab before you click so that it goes directly there because it's actually pushing you to make a perpendicular. So here actually there's nothing there. So I'm just going to and then we could just push it right there, and hopefully everything looks good. I'm trying to finish this on this video so that we could go to more of the designing stage. There we go, connected that. This one is the big S, so we need to be able to add more vertices because we want it to be smooth. I'm not sure if you be able to directly do, if you can add, or it's easier without the AutoCAD stage that we did. But for me, um, I have more experience with AutoCAD as well. So that's why I was able to do it there fast. And I know if I do it here, maybe there's like errors that I could come up with that will really take a while for me to fix. So that's why I have to do it in AutoCAD. But feel free to show or to let me know that this will be easier if you just do it all at once in AutoCAD. So I'm more than I'm always want to know quick ways to do stuff. Just want to make sure that I was able to connect it properly. There we go. We're almost finished. So just bear with me. I just want to finish this in this video, and I just want to show beginners how to do this. So if you already know what to do, you can skip this part. I'm just gonna push this one a little bit more at the edge because there's a big that's a big gap that I don't want. Keep on clicking your tab before you click on the lines there, so that it doesn't force you to go perpendicular or parallel. There we go. You can push this one as well. That's a big gap that I created, but luckily we're just using this. And then one big one that we have to do. We're almost there. Oops. So you can see if you're not doing the tab part, that is what will happen. So now we just need to clean up a bit. Push this all the way there. So there's a big difference, as you can see. You will need to clean up when you're not doing the tab part. So at least on others, everything looks nice already. So you just need to click finish, and luckily everything works. You can see that we have this Tim Hortons right here that looks really nice. If we change the color, or if we change, so let's click close this, click finish first. We can delete this now, and then I just want to put a red color there, so I'm going to edit in place. The logo should be red, and what we could do is we could just add a red there, and that will make it red there. Should be rendering of materials, use render appearance. I want to change this. Instead of this, I'll probably use something red. This is something that is maybe plastic, or paint, or metal. We have a metal that is red, so I'm gonna use this instead, just to show it. So something like that, and then click finish, and now we have our Tim Hortons logo right there. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and hope you like the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this Tim Hortons. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the Tim Hortons logo. Now we're gonna continue working on this because what we can do is we can make it more extruded. So instead of 25 only, I'm gonna put it at probably 200, because that's how big the Tim Hortons are. And then it's not actually all red. I think they put brownish on the side here. So what I'm gonna do is this is already edited, so we edit the model in place, and then here we could go to modify, and then we can select a paint. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm going to choose something that is, so for example, this birch, something that we haven't used yet. So I can't remember if I use some of this, but to be sure, I'm gonna use probably a carpet. Why? So that once we're in Twinmotion, um, that program will assess the Revit file, and it will actually will know that this is a separate um, material. So here I want it to be in this material so that I could see the changes that I created. So now I need to select each and every one of them, and as you can see, this will take a while, but make sure that you select everything so that you can assign the proper materials once we're in Twinmotion, especially all of this corner right there. And you just need to be patient. You can use tab on if you're not selecting the proper ones. And I want to make sure I selected everything because I don't want to go back again here in Revit just to fix something like this. At least you do this one time and then everything will be okay. And you could do it letter by letter so that you don't miss anything. Probably just do the ones at the top first and then work my way down. And then after this, what I'm planning to do is to add the lights. They have a specific light that they have in their restaurants, exterior walls. So that's something that I created. Um, so I found an almost similar one, and then I just change it a bit because I don't want to start from scratch, and I have this one that is almost similar look. So that's the way I did it. I just edited that one, convert it to something that what they have there, and luckily I was able to do it a lot faster because I didn't start from scratch. And those will be available as well. So as you know, all of my series, all the things that I use, I always put it in part 1 description. So you will have it in part 1 description, and all of those will be available, even the logos, the background CAD that I use for the equipment. So it will be available there, and we just need to finish this. Oops, undo that part. And then lastly, on this side only. There you go. So we have that Tim Hortons. It will be around brown color once we're in Twinmotion. And then now, click done, click finish as well. And then now, Tim Hortons, they have this like dark or like brown or dark gray and red stripes on their canopy. That's something that we're gonna do as well. But what we need to do first is to add um, the I think this is called strips. So we need to add that. So I'm going to add it right here. So I'm gonna add it all around. It's something that we could actually add using our wall sweep. So this is our wall sweep. Let's see how it looks. So it's something like this. This is a lot bigger actually, but we could use this one, something like that. And it's easier for us to just do because it's already in with Twinmotion or with Revit. So we're going to put it all around. See how easy it is. It's already, it came from Revit already, so we just need to add those. So hopefully everything needs to be added like that. And then I believe we need to trim this out or just connect them. And then I'm going to align them. Let's see if they're already aligned, but not sure why it didn't make me. So I'm gonna push this one right here. And then hopefully if I add another one, there we go. There we go. At least it fixed itself. I want it to be thicker, so I want to see if I could edit the profile. It says here that is default wall sweep cornice. So if we do, we need to create a better one. So maybe 2 bricks, of course. This one is a lot bigger. Um, how about 1 brick, of course. I think 1 brick is the perfect one. 1 brick, of course. And then I want to add another sweep. Edit, duplicate, cornice 2. We're going to create some profiles at the top here, but for the parapet. We're gonna use this one right here, and then edit this, and then change this one to something for the parapet. So this is the top over the parapet cap. I want to add something different. Maybe this one. That we could add there. I think that's good enough. for that location. We could change it a bit to see how it looks. I think 300 is good enough. But I want something different for the seal. So I'm just gonna undo that. So now I'm gonna add all of this right here at the top. So CS on that. I'm gonna add it right here on top of this as well. I'm going to align that for sure. Because once we align it, everything will also align it. I'm gonna use this one. There we go. So it will create that nice look there. And then I'm going to add it on all of this. So select that CS, add it on top of here, and then on top of here as well. And then add it right here. And then let's not forget to add the materials for this. So CS, and then add it at the top right here. And you want to make sure that everything is aligned again. AL, I'm gonna assign it from here, then right there. And because it's not aligned, that's why it's doing it like that. AL, there we go. So as you can see, everything looks nice. I'm probably going to add a wall right here to cover this. I think it's a lot nicer to have it covered like that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to first floor, CS, and then go to top parapet or lower parapet instead. I'm gonna add that wall. CS, add it right here. Of course, that's not correct. What we can do is we can pull this one onto the top. We could align it, AL, align it on this corner here, pull it up. This is for ours only. And lower parapet connected to this wall. And then same idea, we need to move this one all the way AL. So it's giving us some error there. Pull it back a little bit. We need to pull it back so that it doesn't give us error. We shouldn't. There we go. And then let's connect this. I think that's good enough. And then add this one right here. AL. There we go. We just need to connect them. I think because the wall is not connected, that's why. Modify returns, but it's not working. So I'm just gonna leave it like this. Try to extend it a bit. No, doesn't look good. So I'm just gonna leave it like that. The only problem is I forgot the material that I added here. So I can't remember if this is which material is it? What wood material? I'm sure I didn't choose cherry. So maybe oak. Not oak. So I'm gonna undo that. Maybe soft lumber or sass. Maybe it's sass. So I'm just gonna change that a bit. And I'm happy with what I have here. And then we're going to add, like I said, we're going to add the blocks. So we have this Tim Hortons block right here. It is wall. So it attached to the wall. And then usually they put 3 in the middle like this, and around we're going to have to add maybe 1 on each window. Of course we're going to align all of this, so don't worry. And then here, entrance, we're basically just adding some of here right here, and then we have the canopy as well. So we're definitely going to clean this up. I'm probably going to add 2 here. I think 2 is enough because this is a bigger wall or window. 2 here as well, and then 1 of each here. But we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this Tim Hortons. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish the Tim Hortons. We also have the parapet cover there, or the top, and we added this wall sweep, and then we added this lights that we're going to clean up right now or fix, and then hopefully we'll be able to start adding the canopy. I believe we need to create a family for that so that we could add it here, and then whatever the size of the window we'll be able to add instantly. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my south elevation, and then from here I'm going to lower this a bit. So I'm gonna lower the Tim Hortons logo and kind of center it. And I know all of this are not into level, so I'm gonna align this hopefully. So there's align. I'm gonna set probably a height. So here I think this is good enough, so make it 1 1 10. So I'm gonna select this, right click, select all instant visible in the view, and then here elevation 1 1 10, and then apply. So everything is in the correct height. We just need to adjust the spacing now. So here I'm just going to add it here, center it in the entrance, and then here just leave it right there. So this one looks good. I'm going to at least center this, so give it some space. This one got messed up, so I'm going to at least 13 13, and then we need some more there. We need around 950 each probably. I think that's good enough. I think that's centered enough. We just need to center this somewhere right there. Again here as well. Let's put it in one of the windows like that, so that it will flash like this. We did need to add it here, center it in the door, as well as this one, and at least we have all the elevation already. Let's go to north, fix this one as well, center it in the door, and then go to west, and then here we probably need to add one more as well. So copy it, CO, and then add it on this side. And then I think that's good enough. Here we just need to center it to the window. So AL, center it like that, center it, AL on this, and then here as well. That's that's a lot faster and easier because we know where we're putting it. This one we're like eyeballing it. We actually need to add two more here as well. That's because this is where um, the drive-through is, so we need to fix that right there. We're also going to add a canopy similar to what we're gonna add all around this window. And then now east elevation, we're going to add this one as well. So align this one to the midpoint. There we go. And then here we need to just put it in the window right there. That's kind of that's good enough there. And then fix this one as well, and then this one, and then roughly assign it in the midpoint right there. And then here we could just align it, AL, align it right here, and align it right here. So that's good enough. Go to 3D. We need to set this one, the material right here. We forgot to set this one. This one is like aluminum as well. So we're going to set maybe aluminum right here. So it's kind of shiny. Or not aluminum, like a brass aluminum. Nothing, actually not shiny. Because we need to add some detail on some of them. So metal, and then maybe this one iron cast. So I'm gonna do that there. And then in terms of the one at the top, edit this one, the parapet cap. We're going to set another material, another metal probably. Why not add brass? You could change that in Twinmotion. So so I'm gonna add it there. I'm going to create a cap here as well. Might as well add the same cap, CS. There we go. I think that looks good. Adding those stuff as well. It gives it more character around here. So we have the small and the top parapet. There we go. Add it all throughout. And then CS on those. This one we need to fix. So you can see that whenever we're adding it, it snaps in and then it goes to the proper height. AL, grab it from the lower. This one is not trying to snap. Maybe it's flip around, that's why. So I'm gonna flip it, and then I'm going to not flip it on that side. It needs to be around like that. That's why it's not snapping. There we go. No, actually it's other way around. This is, you need to flip it around. Maybe east elevation or west. It's not flipped on that one, but it needs to go around. Oh, I know what to do probably. Select this one, CS. There we go. It fixed itself. I think this is the same thing right here. CS. Maybe This one, it's not letting me, or I need to fix the height. I'm just gonna leave it like this. It's just not good enough, this one, but what can we do? I don't want to give more time there. With this one we could push, absolutely. Anything that you need to push, you can push, basically, there. And then I need to add some more of the caps right here. Okay, it's not like that only. We could add in more. So edit, duplicate, cornice 2. And then maybe another profile, shape profile. What's this? I don't want this shape profile. We're probably going to create another one. Sill precast bricks. So wall speed. So we need to create a profile for this. I'm thinking of adding another one. So we need to open. So save this first. And then we need to create new or open a family. Let's create new step. And then here we need profile, metric profile. So here, let's create a profile, reveal. So profile reveal, what's this one? Sweep. So sweep, and we just need a height. So I'm gonna create a height and thickness probably. I'm gonna assess the height, so let's go to right here, and then something that is like this. Annotate detail line. So I'm gonna create something that is around 200 probably, and then around 50 in thickness, maybe something around 25 in thickness, so that it's flush around here, so it looks nice. So I'm gonna do is, let's go back here, click finish, click close inactive views, save it, click file, new family, look for metric profile, hosted. Okay, and then we have the host face here, host face insertion point. Okay, let's go and create the profile line, profile right here, 225 by 200. And then here, from here, we could change the profile right here. There we go. So, and then trim this one, trim this one. There we go. Then trim this one out. There we go. I think that's good enough. Save this. You can save this one. You can save this one here. Family profile. Let's do Tim Hortons wall profile. Save, and then you can insert it. So load it. So once you load it, you can create sweep, add it there first, select that, edit, and then let's look for it. Tim Hortons profile. There we go. So now what we need to do is we just need to put it up there. We need to flip it as well. So I just made a mistake. It needs to be around it. So I'm going to open that profile again. I just made a mistake. We just need to go back and flip it. I might as well provide this one as well. So we could just use mirror. There we go. It's fixed. We can delete this and then just create another one. Double check. That's not double there. Save it again. So I'm gonna provide this one. Load over its existing and its parameter. Select this one. Sweep, cornice, edit, change it, brass, material, and then good. There we go. We could add this one immediately like that. There it's added, and then similar to that we need to keep on CS, keep on adding it. Here it needs that connection there. Just feel bad that this connection here is not good enough. That's why it's not letting me. That's good enough. There we go. Sometimes it's easier sometimes to just do it as a sweep in place, but depending on if you're gonna do it multiple times or just once. So if it's just once, might as well just do it in place. But if you're doing it multiple times, I think this one is a lot better. And that gives a lot of detail in our drawing, in our model. And as you can see, it looks really good. And then what I noticed as well, they put messages here. So we need to go to south elevation. I'm going to add model text, pick a plane. I'm gonna select this plane and then press OK. Of course, this is not our model text. but it's just weird that it's flipped around. I'm gonna fix this first. So model, I'm gonna set, pick a plane, there we go. We set this model text again, and I'm just pissed at this one. Okay, I'm just gonna align it, and I think we need to flip it so that it note. Yeah, you know what, this is the main one, so I rather have the main like this. AL, then model text, and it's still flipped. I don't know why. So I'm gonna investigate on how. So even though if we do this, so I'm gonna do this first right here. Let's see if this one will set it. So I think this is what I do. I set it first onto this one, edit, duplicate, dim logos, set the height. This is around 150, and then you pick new ones. So that's where we go. I think that's how you do it. So right now we can edit this. The depth is around 25 only, and then the material is same as this one. No, actually a lot darker. So I'm gonna put in uh, another metal material but darker. Let's use this. Oh, it's already used. Let's use platinum. Okay, and then now let's do the text. Here, the way they do it is just small, and then they put a dot. So I'm not sure how I'm gonna put the dot, a bigger dot. So instead of dot, I'm gonna use the asterisk, and then I'm going to do this. So let's put some space here. This is a mess espresso muffins latte bagels, and then press OK. I know it's too big. You need to space it out or make it smaller. So I'm going to edit. I'm gonna use font size. Different is around 100, and then maybe Arial narrow. So there we go. Let's change this to 150. Let's see how it looks with the Arial narrow. It's too tight for 150, so maybe 125. That's perfect. I think that's good enough. This is the end, and it's just good enough size on that. And as you can see, this looks good. We can even change the depth to probably 10, just more than enough, because I'm seeing the image and it looks the same. So we could actually add that here as well, and here. Let's see. Select that. So I'm gonna create a copy. So CO, create a copy there. Select that. Edit, pick new. So that's how I do it multiple times. There we go. And that one looks good there as well. Then let's do here, copy, and then pick new. There we go. Then I'm gonna center this at least. I'm gonna center it right here. Good enough. Right there. I'm thinking of adding a Tim Hortons logo here as well, because they do add multiple. So same here, copy, and then select that, copy, and then, sorry, not that one. We need to add this one, or CS. This one, because this one is an extrusion. Pick new there. Hopefully it works. There we go. It did work. And I'm thinking of adding it here as well. If we have it here, we're going to have it here and here. So that looks much better. Copy it there. Pick new. Click finish. I want it in all proper height. Hopefully this one works. Not sure if it is, but I just want it to be on proper height. This one, CO, copy. This one, pick again. I'm gonna add it here first. This one is too big, so I'm not gonna add it there. I'm gonna add it on the side. And then I'm gonna go to south, copy it here, copy, and then just add it here. In between here. I want to have the alignment here. So which of these are I could align. I'm just going to estimate both of this. Put it down a little bit. This one is a bit high, but I won't complain because this one looks really good now. No worries is that because this is an edit in place, so I'm gonna delete one first. Finish. I'm gonna copy this, edit in place, and then select this again to pick new. I think that's the proper way so that it changes. If it change, it doesn't affect, similar to what happened. Click finish. 3D. We need to go to here. I think the height here is good enough. We cannot add something right here because it's too much already. So I'm gonna add this one here, or in the middle. I think that's perfect. This one in the middle. Go take a look right here on the west side, and then the east side. This one, put it in the middle again, just a little bit on top there, and we're good. So we added a bit more information again here, and everything looks good. I believe on the next one we could start adding the family for this one. It's gonna be hard because I don't know if we have a pattern that we could add it here, but what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna create that and hope that we have something there. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this Team Hortons. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add multiple signage, and then we also have all of this added and centered to the specific location depending on the windows. And as you can see, this one all good. I just want to fix this, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this modified returns and then select that. So now as you can see, this will change a bit. Even for this one, we're going to select this and then modify return so that it changed a bit. So right there. For this one, what we could do is we could just move this one right here, align it, the L. So we're basically forcing it to fix itself. And as we can see, it's good enough to be extended there. This one we could move it a bit, and we're basically trying to fix everything like that. So probably that's a good way of doing things if it's not uh, like it's not clean enough. So at least in that way everything is connected properly, so you could use the modify returns. So now what we can do is we can go to our south elevation. I'm going to assess how we're going to do the canopy. So what I'm planning to do is I'm gonna use annotate just to see how deep it is. So here, detailed line, I'm gonna check this height. So this is 1,000 height. So 1,000, and then the canopy is going to be around 1,200 is good enough. So it's gonna overlap a little bit, and then we want to go to east elevation just to see. So 1,000 and then 1,200 is around here. I want to see the angle that I'm gonna use. So probably this one, this angle. I'm gonna measure it. So 15 degrees only. So I at least I know the basically the base or the structure would be up to 1000, and then we will have this angle right here. So we could delete this now and make sure everything is deleted, and then we could create our family by going to start, and then here we're going to go file, new, and then create family. And then this family I want it to be face based, so metric generic model face based, so that we could just attach it to any one of this wall. We can make it wall based, but at least we are given an option on attaching it anywhere we want to. I just like the face based option right there. We're doing this so that I could change or I could add different width of the window canopy in our model. So now what I'm gonna do is create an extrusion. Actually not extrusion. Let's create a reference plane. So RP, add this one right here, this one right here as well, and then here, and then right here. After that, get your align dimension right here, and then equal. Align dimension right here, and then equal. So press the EQ, that means equal, and then here create an overall dimension. So basically this will help us make it fixed, and it won't go around. It will be fixed whatever we set the dimension here. Obviously we're going to put this dimension up to 1200, and then 1000 on the other one. So we're going to attach it, and then this is the one that we will need to be fixed really. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this will appear, click on create parameter. I want it to be instance, and then I want it to be, this one will be the width, and then I want this one to be the height. Go instance height, and then now if you want to change this, you can go right here to test it out, and then you could change this to 1000 for example, and then this one around 800 if we want to. And as you can see, everything was changed, so that's good. So that was instance, so we could do this right now. I'm gonna start by creating the structure first. So here create extrusion, set this one, I want it to be 25, and then I'm gonna select it right here. We should have click it, so I'm gonna redo it again. We're going let's just add this one right there, select all of this, and then we're going to add an offset of 50, make it 25 instead. Going, press spacebar so that it goes inside, and then That's good enough there. And then we're going to keep on testing this. I want to set the material. This is something like an aluminum material, but we're gonna set this one to a metal aluminum 5005. So that's good enough. What we need to do so that it doesn't move in terms of the thickness, let's finish that first. Or we could just edit the extrusion, and then we could add dimensions right there. Once you add dimension, you'll be able to, so this one, delete, you'll be able to add the lock there. You can lock it as well so that it doesn't go around. Fix this one as well. Add the lock and then lock it on place. Click finish, and then if we change this one will be, for example, let's change the width 1200. There we go. It didn't change, or it didn't change this depth here, so that's good enough for me. And then now if we go and see, this is very simple right now, but if we go to a different view, for example the left, I want to create, so this one is 1000 now. I want to, or just need to double check right here that this is the one. So left side, we need to add that angle there. Going to edit extrusion, or no, actually we could just add another extrusion, same thing, but we're going to connect it. We're going to put an angle of 15, and then type in 1200, and then here there we go. And then maybe we could add another bracing here, like that. There we go. And then the way we need to do this is, this one needs to be, so SL TR, and then click finish. Let's look at it at 3D. Sorry, not that 3D, 3D right here. But I need to know if this is the one for the width and this is the one for the height. So what I'm gonna do is, so for the width, I'm going to make it 1800. So that's correct. So that's the correct elevation there. So I'm gonna go to reference plane. I'm going to try and move this. Edit. I'm going to name this left, and then this one is right. Select this, edit workplace. I'm gonna put it on the left side. There we go. and then copy. I want it to be on the right side, so edit right side, but we need to fix AL. We want it to be on this. So before we copy, I think we need to just copy and move it a bit like 40, and then after that edit plane, and then right there, and then move it 40. There we go, so that we don't need to change. And then here we need to go onto this side, flip it, close it right there, and then close it right here. Lock it in place, and then lock it in place. Sorry, not that one. So now what we can do is, so that's the one that I'm seeing right now, is that's the structure of that. We need to test it again to see if everything will look good, and it's staying put. As you can see, it's not going anywhere else. And then now we need to add something at the top here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to left side again. I'm going to create now the tarp. So here we need to put it on a different material, so maybe fabric, something striped, so because it's a striped canvas. And then now we're going to add this manually, something like this, and then maybe offset 25. And then lock it like that. Press escape multiple times so that the offset is not showing anymore. And then here you could just trim it. Click finish, and then now we need to go back to 3D, and we need to move this one. So reference plane, we need to move this all the way here, and then lock it in place. Here, lock it in place. Go to 3D again to see how it looks, and that looks really good. Now we need to test it again and see if everything is locked and not going over, and that looks good. I just want to add another aluminum probably here just to cover it. So I'm going to add something right here. Probably going to add it from this, just a simple cap. It's probably the same aluminum, so I'm gonna add that. Go extrusion, and then here I'm going to make it simple for me and just add it like that. And this is something that I'm gonna provide as well, but you're more than welcome to try it yourself to see how, if you can create something like this. It will be a very nice practice, and then you can, at least if you make a mistake, you can see where your mistakes are. And then here I'm just gonna select that again, click finish, go to 3D or go to reference level, move it all the way at the end, and then locked it in place. Now we need to test, go to 3D and then test it out. Most of the time I just test this because the 1000 is standard already. So now everything looks proper. Press OK. And then now what we need to do is save it. So save it to the location and then we're going to load it in. So I'm saving it now, Tim Hortons Canopy. And then I'm gonna save it right there. And then I'm going to load it and then close. And then here, now I could just go to my 3D and then add it on that locations. And as you can see, it fit really nice. And of course, we're going to change this material right here. So don't worry about that. What we need to go now is we need to go to each and every one of this, align it on top of this, there we go, and put it at negative 1500 so that it's not there. And as you can see, we could just keep on adding, copy, add it right here. I know this one is it's not good enough, so you can even manually stretch it out. So that's how easy it is to create a family. If you don't want to stretch it, you can just type the number. Do it again on this side. Then again, we need to stretch it a bit. And as you can see, this one is looking much better, similar to the material or the one that we have. And then of course we just need to add the proper materials here. Another also another thing that we should do is I think it's better for us, so I'm gonna add something right here, right there, and then add it here so that you just need to go there, add it right here, and add it here. So we're adding it on all over. And then we could just copy all of that. Like I said here, 1500, so select that, select visible in the view, and then put negative 1500, and then apply it on all, so that you don't need to do it one by one, and you just need to keep on copying and then extending it. And then of course right here as well, good thing it's flat, so we could just copy and add it right here. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add something right here as well, just something that to differentiate this window. I believe it's a lot better if we do that. I'm gonna go here and I'm going to model in place, generic model, and then here I'm just going to add a simple extrusion, pick a plane, I'm going to put it in this wall, Like I said, I just want something different on this one because this is the window for the for here, and then we need an opening here. Of course, we need an opening. Not sure if that's correct or I need to align it at the top here. So I think that's the window right here. And then in terms of the material, I'm going to just simply add this gray, duplicate it, and then maybe same thing, gray with those asterisks. And then click finish, finish, and then you just have that something like that. And then click new, add it there, select that, minus 1500. And then we just need to center those. Do something just to differentiate that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this Tim Hortons. Let's get started. So in the last video, I showed you how to create a canopy and how easy it is to change the widths as I made it a parametric and with an instance attributes. So now what I'm gonna do is we're gonna fix this and keep on adding all of this right here. So I'm gonna go to south elevation, and as you can see, this one is too much for this space. So I'm just going to add and move it like that, and then centered it a bit right there. And then I believe all of this is good. Let's go to east. So this one, it needs to be changed. Something like that is good enough. And then copy multiple times depending on the window. Copy, make sure multiple is checked, and then add it on all the windows right here. And let's fix that as well. The south elevation, I think we need to fix this part. So right there, that one is fixed as well. I think west, that will be the next one, and then here we just need to clean this up first. So add it a little bit of that. I'm just eyeballing it now. Don't worry, I'm gonna provide this canopy, but still, I still want you guys to practice. Because that's the only way that you will understand how to create something like this. At least in the future, you'll be able to be um, you'll be able to have all this knowledge, and it's easy for you guys to know what to do. And then here, let's just add it like that all the way there, and then all the way right here. And then in this, we need to add multiple. So each and every one of them, I know all of this are the same one, so might as well just add one like that. and then just keep on copying. So copy, let's put it in the midpoint right here. There we go. And I like the way everything is distance, and that looks really good. And I believe we only have one more on this side, so we need to go to our north elevation just to move this one like that. And that looks good. I'm just checking everything that we have right here, and that looks really good. Now we need to create our floor. So here we have the ground floor offset. We need to create the site as well. So in terms of the site, floor 1, CS, we could go to ground floor, CS on this. So we are using the same floor number 1. I want to have the car going right here, and they're gonna order on this area, and then probably on this area as well, depending. And then we have the drive-through right here, drive-through. So now what we can do is we could create the site for here. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm going to catch the temporary dimension, and then I'm gonna put it 50 feet from here. So if I press 50 feet, it will be actually around 11,700 millimeters. So just to be sure, there we go, 50 feet. It will convert itself, so that's good for us. We don't need to do any more calculation. And what I'm gonna do is that 50 feet will be more than enough for um, the cars to line up here and a slanted car parking right here. And then from the entrance, what I'm planning to do is I'm gonna add something like this. I think this is good enough. I'm gonna trim and extend, and then I could delete this. We could extend this a bit. There will be grass here. Trim and extend, and this will be the entrance. So it's only a one-way going here, and then another is right here on this side. So we're going to connect something like here. So TR, trim and extend. Obviously it's not yet done. We are still going to give it some shape. I'm gonna give it more space right here to turn, but this will be good enough. We have more room. We could slant this one right here. I'm going to slant this so that we could add in some parking. We could have the garbage bin right here to be pick up. I'm just giving it some shape. So right here, I don't want it to be And then we could put something like this, 2500. Make it consistent. And then a slanted parking, something like that, just to change it a bit. And then on this side as well, so more parking. I'm gonna align this so that it is similar in terms of length. And then of course I'm going to change this to 2500 so that everything looks the same. Exit right here, more parking lot here. Something like this. We don't need enough, we don't need too much. We could put parking here and another parking on this side. So that's more than enough. Parking right here. So imagine lines right here going up to here, and then another one here, and then going around here. So it could exit. Click finish. And then what we could do here is actually edit this. And of course, we're going to add grass. So I'm just going to go around like this and then connect all the grass part for this area. So it's up to me if I want more grass part or this is good enough. So I'm gonna trim and extend. Maybe I'm going to just align this one right here. And then TR, trim and extend right here. You could delete this, trim and extend here. Same thing that goes here. So at least it's gonna be consistent. And then we could just delete the ones right here. Align it. And there we go. We just need to add a grass floor. So let's create it now. So click on floor, edit, duplicate, floor number 3. This will be grass. Okay, valid material. I think we just need, or we don't have it yet in the system, so we need to pull it up. There we go. Yes, we need to pull it up so that we can have that material. Now just use the pick line and select all the lines that we created, the hollowed lines. And then there we go. If we check, we have the grass part. So of course we're going to put a lot of trees and grass right here all around this parking lot. And then go back here, we need to add the ground itself. So another floor, edit, duplicate. This will be floor number 4. Edit. We're going to add another concrete floor, but we want to make it a different one because we're going to set a different material on there. This will be negative 200 from the floor. So what we could do is we could just add it all around, or we could just make it on this part and then grass around so that our site plan is good enough. So negative on that. And then now we need to fix some of this. So go to ground floor, select this CS because we're gonna use the same one. Make sure this is 0. Height offset actually 200 because we want it above here. We're going to do it here, here, and here as well. So maybe I'm just gonna do it here first. After that, you select this one, modify sub element. Select this one, it will be able to put the dimension negative 200, so it will go down. So it will create a ramp. There we go. So that's how easy it is. So now we need to do it on all of this. Select that, CS, make sure it's 200, and then let's just add it like that. Go to 3D, modify sub element, negative 200, negative 200, and then we're just going to copy it, grab it from the corner, and then add it on here as well. And we're probably going to edit this one a bit. Edit boundary AL, so that it's not over. This one is good as well. And then not the top parapet, but you just copy this, copy it right here, and then rotate it. RO, and then placed in this, and then we rotate it, and then there we go. This one looks awkward, but let's just leave it like that for now. Maybe I'm just going to make this 180. There we go. I think that's good enough. And then we could start. So let's go to ground. We could start adding the parking stripes. So we could go to insert, load family, and then go to site, parking. We have those curves right here. We also have the arrows. Let's add in the parking stripe, and then CM on that. This one should be offset. So let me just add it. It's not visible. It's saying no, it's just exact. It's just not visible here. I'm gonna change my view range so that it's being shown, so unlimited. There we go. So that's the issue there. And then we're going to rotate this. I'm gonna leave one here, copy it on the next, and then rotate it 45. There we go. And then we have this size right here. We could extend this. So usually what we could do is we could just have this one right here, and then most of the time parking space, let's have something like this. CM. So something like this actually, that is already 70, 60 degrees. We already have this, so might as well use it. I just want to know the dimensions right here. Around 2400. So we could copy and then have around, make it 2600. But I want to know now if that's good enough. No. So in order for that to work, we need more. So we need to put this one at 3000. We need at least 2400, not 3000. So move this 200 more. So around 34. Around 3400. So you could copy this multiple times. And then just keep on adding. 3400 is the way to do it, so that you have enough entrance there for a 45 degrees. And then for me, what I'm gonna do is I might as well edit the boundary the way this one looks, so that everything looks much better. We could trim this. There we go. Delete this. And then maybe remove this, angle this one instead. And then why not on this side as well? And then trim this one on this side. And then put it like that. And if we see it, it will look like this. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this Twinmotion. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were working on the parking lot, the site plan. So now we're gonna keep on working on this. What I want to do as well is to edit this one here. I want it to contour on the what building or parking lot we're working on. So I want to at least give it the same look. So something like that. And this one, I want to just give it like this as well. So trim it out, trim this one, and then click finish. And we need to show this one. So I'm gonna trim this. And then now the grass part, we need to just pick line again, trim it, and then pick line right here, and then trim it out. And at least everything is looking good. And then we're gonna work on more of this. At the same time, we're going to keep on adding site accessories, like we have bike stand. I'm gonna put the bike stand in front of here, CM. So most of the time it's in front of the building, or sometimes right here on the side as well. We can put a bike on that side. I just want to make sure to double check. Then we have some bollards that we're going to add. Maybe this one, and then dumpster. That's good enough to add. CM. There we go. And then we're going to add it on this. I want to see the orientation. It's actually, there we go. So two of that right there. And then we're gonna leave it like that angle. And then here, what I'm planning to do is I want to add maybe 70 or maybe 60 degrees right here. So CS, and as you can see, this one is good enough for 60. So maybe I could just keep on adding. Don't know what's going on, but every time I add it, it disappears. So what I'm gonna do instead is just add something like here. Tried and just tested, so I don't need to do anything. And then I'm going to grab it now. See, I'm gonna double check if we have 24. That's too much actually. So I'm just gonna move it. This is good enough. Then just quickly add it. And usually this one gets packed. All the importance location that I see, most of the time this one gets packed. So it's really something that Canadians really go to a lot because they stay here as well. So having this is not an overkill. Having a lot of parking space is not overkill. Usually it's depending on the square footage, so there's like building codes, requirements when you have a building like this. And this one is gonna be normal. There we go. I think that's good enough on that space. We can remove this so that there's enough space for a parking lot or a parking space on that side. And then what we could do is we could just grab all of this on this side. Not sure how come I cannot get it, but I'm just going to add a parking like this. I think it needs to be around 6 meters from here. I think that's more than enough. So this way, and then you could remove something like this right here. So at least we have enough. It could go around. And then load family again. We have some bollards right here. I'm gonna use this bollard. Click open, CM. We're going to add bollards right here on this corner. There we go. Usually somewhere right here we need to add for protection, so people can just drive by there. You can actually add one more here. Fortunately, we need to select all of this again. Copy. And then there. So there's parking lot, and then we could have something right here. I'm going to build something here. So this is just for the and then we're going to have this one around 1,000. want to be consistent, 1200, easy to remember. And then I'm gonna add grass. CS. Double check everything is good, which is good, like that. I think this bollard is much better if it's near the building. And then I'm gonna move it right here. It's just weird that I putting it here. And that's good enough. So that's the trick though. Like you need to go to 3D and then grab it from there. And then let's go to insert again. I want to add I believe I want some um, parking arrows. So we have the turn, and then this ADA. So I'm gonna use this one. Click open, CM, and let's put it near the entrance. I'm gonna add one right here, and then one right here. I'm gonna remove so that we have enough room for that. So basically double the size. And then we could do this again right here. I think that's good enough. Okay. Wait. Might as well add one more. Two more actually. And then I'm just winging it. And then right here as well. We delete this. And we could just add 3 of those sides. CS. And then just place it right about there. And you're good to go. Double check if it's not floating, so it should be on the proper 0 offset from the host. So our host is basically the ground floor. And then I want some arrows, so I'm gonna add the straight line CM. I'm gonna add it right here. There we go. And then flip it I want to add the arrow on this side. I think that's good enough. And then maybe one more glass here. And then I want the turn arrow, CM. And turn here. And then turn here. I want to add one on this side. So just want to align it there. AL. I think that's good enough there. I'm going to remove one of this arrow here and move this down like that. And move this one right here. And as you can see, that's good. And then I believe I have some of the menu chart right here from, I'm gonna put it in Twinmotion. Other thing is I want to add an equipment. So go to ground floor. I think it's just a simple block, the high chair. Not sure if I have the high chair already, but usually we have high chair placed near the for kids. So I'm gonna add it here so that it looks complete there. It's not something that is visible, but at least we have those ones there. And all of this art will be included. And then once we're into Twinmotion, we're gonna add in a menu board right here, probably the speaker on this side, or menu board, speaker, and then another menu board and speaker here, so that we have enough. Or I think maybe probably this location is good enough. And then there's a menu board here so that everybody can see what can they order ahead of time before they have the speaker right here. We can basically do a two-way here, but that's too much work. So I think plus the spacing that we have here, I think that's good enough. So if we check here, we're going to also have a signage here. So later on, we're going to add that. And then of course the background, we're going to add in some buildings at the back. So we're going to have those ones as well. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 13 of this Tim Hortons. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finalize everything. As you can see, we have our site right here. And then our building is done. We also have the parking lot, and then we also added some parking directions right here as well. Now I'm going to show you how to create the sheets. So what we need to do first is we need to go to our project browser and go to sheets. Right click this, create new sheets. So new sheets right here. We have A0 metric. We're going to use A0 metric, but if you want to use a different title block, you can do so by going to the main, and then we have a title block folder right here, and we have different kinds of sheets right here. So I'm gonna go and just use the A0. If you want to load this one, you could just select that and then click on open. But now we have this one. I'm just gonna click OK, and it will create a sheet for me. If you see here, it will have a plus button here that you can access the sheet that you just created. I'm just gonna leave it as A101. I'm planning to create a cover sheet, so this will be cover sheet, a site plan, and then we have our ground, and then after that maybe we could do a roof plan. Yeah, we could do a roof plan right here, so it's up to you guys. Guess we could show mechanical stuff there if we want to. So let's do a roof plan, and then after that what we could do is we could do the elevation, so two of them, and then one more. So that's the sheets that we created. Now to change all of this, what you can do is you can go right here as well. So from here you'll be able to change, so all caps, cover sheet right there, press OK. Also what you can do is you can go to this one, so A102, you can also change it from here. So this one will be site plan, and then owner we can put ACD, that's Arch Core Design, and then project is Tim Hortons, and those will reflect on other sheets as well, as you can see. You can also have the project number, so it depends on you. And then here I'm just going to do the changes of the name right here. So we have site plan, after that we have first floor, and then we could have, we said we're going to do a roof plan, and then here we also have the two elevation. View control, and then add one more right here. So now we're ready. Let's do some saving, and then here cover sheet. What we could do is we could go to our ground floor, and then we could take an image. The way we do it is you go to the 3D, there's a drop down there, and then we have a camera. I'm going to take an image, and this is the view range of that image. So here I'll be able to just add the Tim Hortons right there. I want it to be a little bit slanted, more on the sky, and then just crop it a little bit like that. And then of course we need to change it to fine so that everything is showing. We could do realistic or consistent color. We could even do hidden line, and then what we could do is right click, sorry, not right click, just click it, display this graphic display background, change it to gradient, and then from that looks nice already. We could put shaded if you want to, just to change it up, but I'm just going to put it in hidden. And then what I could do next is I'm going to put some shadows. You can put the shadow right here as well, turn it on. And then also sketchy line, so it's something jitter, so enable it. This is the extension. If we click apply, it will look like it was being drawn. So the extension, or I'm gonna put it at 2, and then the jitters, like the squiggly lines, something on 4. So that's good enough. Or maybe we could just do 2 and 2, so that it's not overpowering. So it's something that it looks like it's drawn. So I'm gonna make this one my cover sheet image or rendering. What we could do afterwards is we could go to view and then render. Once we click that, we have the draft and different kinds of settings. Of course, if you choose the best, custom, or high, it will take a while because it will clean it up more. It will render properly. So here I'm just gonna do it as draft because of the time constraint that we have. I don't want to like take too much time of here to just do the rendering. So I'm just gonna do it like that. It will render, and then usually it takes a very quick one. So here it's done. You can adjust exposure if you want to, so you can select that, adjust it to be more bright. If you click apply, it will apply directly afterwards. Put on more shadow, it will be darkened a little bit, saturation, and you will know the point. So cooler or warmer, depending on what we want. So once you do, you can save it to your project, and you can even export it directly. I'm gonna save it to my project. Once we save this, there will be a rendering folder that will be created here, or something that is placement right there. You can even export it, like I said, and uh, save the JPEG directly here. So I'm just gonna leave it here because it's there. You can also close it now. Now we could go to cover sheet, and we have this rendering. Like I said here, we could drop it down here. Once we place it there, I don't want this title to be shown, so I'm going to put it no title. So you could just select that, and then you can see title only, title with line, or no title. So no title, double click on that, we'll be able to expand this. So that's one of the reasons why we render this, so that we can expand it more. Because if you just use the 3D view, it's not something that you will be able to do. So for example, if we just use this 3D view, this is something that is not expandable. As you can see, I double click it. You're just expanding the view, but you're not expanding the image. So of course I'm gonna delete that. And then we usually have drawing list. So the way we do it is we go to a schedule, right click on this, and then new sheet list. Go down, put the sheet number first, so add parameter, and then sheet number next is add parameter as well. If you don't need anything, you just click this one, remove parameter. And then that's the only thing that we need. Press OK, and we have this list. Of course, we're gonna clean it up. So I'm going to go back to cover sheet, drop it down, and then add drag and drag sheet list right here. Of course, it's not looking good yet, so we could select that, or we could just go right here, and then filter. Once we're here, we need to do is we need to go to appearance, uncheck this blank row before data, so we don't want any blank row. And then here we need to make it big, so This one, title text, is this one. So I'm going to put it at 8. This one should be header, and then we could put it at 6. And this one, the body text, is something that we could put at 4. Okay, and then here we could change this to drawing list. And of course, you can basically move this one onto the left side if you want. I just it needs to be put the way you like it. So I'm gonna go back here, filter. I want it to be below the number. So now it will fix itself. So whichever you add first will be the first one, and then so on and so forth. So now this one looks good. You can expand it so that it doesn't look like that. So at least everything looks good. Drawing sheet, we could expand it more if we want to, so that we have all of this ones like that. And then this change in real time. So whatever change we do, it will reflect directly here. So if we change the name, site plan, or whatever, it will directly change here. If we delete a sheet, it will delete it here. So it's something that we don't need to think about anymore once we create it. So now go to site plan. We're going to add the site. So here, this is the site that we have. What you usually do is you drop it, drag and drop. The reason that we do that is so that we could visualize how big it is, if we're going to scale it down or scale it up. So here, I think we need to scale it down a little bit. So you need to go to the site plan itself. And then here, what we need to do is we could put it at 1 in 200, and let's see how it looks. So the site plan is good enough in size. We could do 150 if we want to, so that it's around here. Yeah, let's do that because this is too small. Of course, you always want to present something that is good, so we could do custom. What we could do is 150 and display the name. And then once we do, go to site plan again, drag and drop it, and you can put something like that. Of course, we don't want the elevation tags to show, so go back here, VG, so that's visibility graphics, and then you could go to elevation, so E, and uncheck this one under annotation category. That's okay, and then right there, it looks good. And what we can also do is we could change the name but not change this name here. So the way you do it is select that here, title on sheet, so site plan. Click apply. Select here first and then click apply. And then here we could move this one right there. So the way the line, the way you do it is you select this one first, press escape, select this one, and then you'll be able to grab the line. And if you want to move this, press escape again, select here, and then you can move. Press escape and then select this one if you want to move this one by itself. So those are the process that you need to do in order to manipulate this one, the title. And then here you probably have so many schedules here, general notes, keynotes as well. So this is something that you will add here. So you will need a lot of space to add it here. Next thing is for first floor plan. Knowing that we have it there, like the scale, let's see how the scaling here goes. So here we only need this part. So what we could do is we could go, so delete it first, go to first floor, and we only need to show this part. So now we need to use all of this under properties. So under extend, crop view, crop region visible, and annotation crop. Once you apply that, you will have this box here. You can drag it there, drag it there, drag it there, and there. So now you stop with this part only, and that's the way we want it because we only need that part. So now once we drag it, it will be looking like this, but we can make it bigger. So what we could do again is go to first floor. We could make this one is 50, and then first floor. Let's see how big it is. So here we could drop it down more. So go back here. Luckily, if we cut the this one, like the grid lines, it will go down by itself. It won't let you cut it all the way, so it's still going to be there. So we just need to clean it up, and as you can see, we could remove that one, or not, just hit it, but still it's really big. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to lower it down more on this side. There we go. I want that big one right there. You can even just crop it here if you want to. I think the dimension is more important than that piece of thing there. So here we can add it onto this part, select that, and then grab it to move it right there. There we go. So that looks really good. At least it's really big. And then you could just add all the keynotes and then general notes on this part. Close it. Ground floor, 3D. This is done. This is done, and this is done. Now we could just go to roof plan. We're gonna do the same. I'm gonna use the low parapet for the roof plan. You can also duplicate this if you want. Duplicate the view, and then you could put this one as roof plan. Okay, and then you could change the scale, and then grab it, turn on all of this so that you just show the roof itself. And then you go to the sheet again and then drag it. And then of course we need to move it more. There we go. And then we could just move it here, fix this one right there, and then there we go. So this one's done as well. Lower parapet. We have the sheet list, 3D, let's leave it there. Now elevation. So same thing, you need to add it first before you do anything else. So here, that's good enough size. We can basically make it bigger a little bit more. What we could do is we could go to ease elevation, and then what we could do is we could change this to 1:50, turn on all of this so that we could crop it, and then crop it right here. We don't need to show the garbage there. And then let's see how it looks and how big it is. This is just perfect enough for the size. We can also move it more, but that's good enough. And then north, we go to north, change this one right here, turn on all of this, and then just crop it. And then go to north right here, and then you just add it. You can go back to east, crop it more. And then what we could do is we could turn this to fine so that everything is showing. Visibility, just put it in hidden. And graphic display, what we could do is we could add just a background gradient. I think that's good enough. Just add those colors there. It will look nice. Same goes here. Go to hidden, it's already hidden, and then graphic display, and then make it gradient. And then here we could just select this, grab it there, fix it a little bit. There we go. So east elevation, we can even move it like there so that everything is aligned. Then this is done now, east and north. And then we just need to do the south. So let's change the scale, turn those on, fix this one a little bit, make it fine, graphic display, turn the background to gradient, and then click apply. And then here, lastly, and then turn this on. And then we're ready to add it. You can put south first if you want, depending on how you like it. And then add this one as well. Fix the line, press escape, click on the view, and then fix the line again. So it looks like everything is done. What we could do now is we could print all of this. So the way we do it is just click on print. This is already in default, so it's already like that. What we can do is we could select this, select all these, select these, make sure to put it back at combine multiple, or else it will separate all the files. And then after that, click on select, check none, uncheck views, and then check all for all of these sheets only. And then you can save this, save as, full set. And then you can always save more different kinds. If you have revision, addendums, permit, and whatever, you can set all those names, and then it will be here, and it will recognize the things that you just checked. Because if you're in the architecture, engineering field, mechanical field, those sheets, these sheets will be really big. So you barely have time to just check everything. So if you have a site change or whatever, addendums, those kind of stuff, you need to be fast enough to just print all of that without checking all the check part. So you could register those check parts already. So here, I'm just gonna press OK, OK, and then let it print. And once it prints, we're gonna review what we did. So it's done printing. Let's review how it looks. So this is Tim Hortons. We have the site plan, first floor, roof plan, and the two elevations that we created. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this Tim Hortons. Let's get started. So in the last video, I showed you guys how to create the sheets. Now we're finished on Revit and we could send this to Twinmotion. So before we do that, we need to make sure that this is under fine. We could leave it like this under realistic, and then make sure to save it first, and we go to the Twinmotion plugin and then see in Twinmotion. Let it synchronize and let it do its thing, and then we're gonna come back. So once it's done, click on continue with 2022. I know there's 2023 Twinmotion now, but I'm still using 2022 because the layout and the way you send your file to Twinmotion is different on that. So I'm still using this. I'm sure I need to use it in the future anyway, so and then you click on new project once it's asked you. So select that again, and then it's synchronizing. I just have to click see in Twinmotion again in order for me to see our model, and there we go. We have our model set up here, and what we need to do now is we need to save this file first. So go to file, save as. So here I'm just typing the name Tim Hortons and then saving it. You want to make sure to save this because you never know if anything goes bad. So now what we can do is go to file, and we need to sign into Epic Games in order for us to see to use some of the mega scan features like the pixel mega scans. So now what we can do is we could set up the materials first. So select that, set the glass, and add the glass right here. I'm gonna put the opacity up to 50 and then put it in the middle like that. And then after this, I'm gonna make sure that this one is aluminum reflection, maybe around 35. That's good enough. And then we're good with the glass. We could make this one more reflective in terms of color, and then opacity around 50. In terms of materials, let's go to brick. I'm gonna use the brick. I'm planning to use something like this brick onto this side, so a little bit dark, and then around 2 scale. That's good enough. And then here I'm planning to add stone right here, and I see that this is the same thing, almost the same thing as what we have. So I'm gonna use this one, scale it a bit, I'm going to scale it to 3, and then that looks good. In terms of here, I want siding, so I know we have something here. Not the tiles, but I know we have something right here. I'm gonna check. So wood siding, I'm gonna use this instead, and this looks similar to what I'm seeing, but we need to change it to red, something like that. And then let's change the scale to a bigger one. We might change this wood siding because it doesn't look, it does look the same, but I think we could do better. And then this one, I believe it shouldn't be like that. It should be this one. And then here we might go to Quixel Megascan. I think surfaces, wood, and then we have blank. And then let's look at this one. This one doesn't look good. So there's a big chance that we're just going to use something like this. I believe in concrete we have something like that. But let's leave it like that for now. What I can do is we have something like this with metal. Something like this, aluminum siding. Let's see how it looks. Something like this is similar to that. And then of course we're going to change it. We're not going to make it reflective, and then the color will be changed. But now it's too much. I think that's good enough. I want to lessen the reddish color and reflectiveness needs to go down a little bit. And then now here we need to change this color. I'm going to use plastic and then this glossy one, because most of the time these are, yeah, something like this, red. Yeah, that's perfect. And then we have metal here. We're gonna set the metal there, and then here this plastic we need to change it again to brown. Something light like that. I think that's good enough. And then here I don't want this to be like chrome looking too much. Yeah, still chrome. So we need maybe a brush aluminum instead. And then all of this will be just painted wall, color gray. So something like a wall covering, we could make it satin, and then gray, and then this one satin again, but darker gray. So I'm just looking at the picture that I have here, and I'm just basically comparing the look. So that looks good. I think I need to make this one a little bit bigger. There we go. I think that 10 is good. And then this one should be brown. So let's go to a metal. And then matte chrome, but a brownish, like that. And then don't make it reflective, so around 20 is good enough. And then let's change it a bit, make it light so that it's not overpowering. And that will be the same materials for this, and then here as well. And the only thing that I have a problem with is the material that we're gonna use here. So here, make sure this one is metal. Let's make this gray. We can make this actually black. I think it will look much better. Now we need to find something like a stripe material. So let's look for material, fabric, and then some fabric. If not, we're just going to put something like this or whatever. We need something like this, but change orientation to 90. Then of course the color should be red, something like this. So it kind of look perfect, kind of look the same, but it's not the real look of that. So let's leave it this one for now, like this. Maybe we have it in Quixel. The thing is, I rather look for it than create. We have this pattern right here that we might be able to see. But that one is just, I'm gonna snip it. It's just like this. So it will look like this, should be. But let's see how we can see something like that under pattern fabric. This one looks good. Carpet. But this one is good enough for me. I'll be okay having that one. And we have something like a tarp. Plain. So yeah. Maybe leather, not leather. So I think this one is good enough. We have the pattern there. We shouldn't have this one, but should be just a plain red and brown, but I'm happy with that anyway. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add the concrete now. So let's choose a proper concrete, or let's go to ground man-made, and I'm going to put this one concrete road, this one concrete road 3 or 1. Let's put 1 instead. And good thing that this one we need to lower this, and I'm checking this one, aluminum siding. I think we need to change the material for this and then lower this. So we need to go back. So save this first. Go back to Revit. Select all of this. Select all instant visible, and it needs to be -200. And then here, because I think we put parking stripe here, we need to change this one. So for the pavement, it needs to be a different material. So edit family, parking stripe shouldn't be parking stripe. Let's just put I'm going to duplicate this. Duplicate material, parking stripe there. So now let's load this. Don't save it. Override version. And then we still have the same one like that, but we can change it now. So save. And then how about the bollards? What kind of materials did we use here? Okay, painted yellow. That's fine. So save it again. Send it back to Twinmotion. And this one will be able to just choose a paint material as well, something like this, and then reflectiveness, put it up a little bit because those ones are shiny. And this one, those that are right here that disappeared, select visible in a view. Hose should be ground floor, but I'm seeing that it's not here. Hose should be different for this 3. Pick new host, or what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it 0 for that 3. I think doing that because they have a different host, that's why. As you can see, floor number 4, and then here it should be ground floor. So save it again and see into Twinmotion, and then there we go. That fixes everything. And then this one, it needs to be going down. I forgot about this one. So something that we need to change. Here it needs to be ground 0, 0. And then here as well, 0 as well. So at least we're seeing all those ones that we need to change, and you'll be able to change it like that. So here what we need to do is we're just going to put aluminum there, make it consistent, what we have. Select this one. Should be black. Metal is on. Reflective. I think that's good enough. Then we have this and all of this. And let's not forget to set the settings. So light, before this one, camera first, visual. Sorry, we need to turn this on. Make sure you turn this on. That's very important. Lighting, this one, I need to change this to backdrop HDR or skylight HDR. Let's look at it like that and see if we should change it. I believe we should. Instead of we could do outdoor as well, and then in the sky as well. Um, so there's a big chance that we're just going to change one of this overcast and change all of this cloudy. Let's put cloudy. And I believe I have this one already, but for some reason I need to fix the preferences and then custom path. And then I know we have user library. So here, cloud library needs to be document, Twinmotion materials. So Megasun Twinmotion cloud library shouldn't be in Twinmotion right here. It needs to be, so cloud library, select folder, Quixel library, so Megascan, how come it's right here? I don't have it there. So something to look at after. So we're gonna fill this up for sure. We could start off by adding some cars. Then I'm gonna add cars right here. That's right there. And then I'm gonna fill it up with cars for sure, so that it will look like it's packed. And then I'm gonna flip it. And then we will continue on the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this Tim Hortons. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to go from Revit to Twinmotion, and we already added some of the materials. And as you can see, one by one, we were able to finish everything. And then now we're gonna continue working on this. What I just saw is that we could make this one neon now. So before that, let's add more of this cars that we need to add. And then here we need to add more of this. This is the thing that we need to do though. We need to make sure everything is good right here. Adding all those cars to make it look realistic. Okay, and then let's add more on this side. And then just keep on adding, make sure everything looks nice, so that it looks realistic when we have the rendering. And then just pack it with cars. And then of course we need to have cars onto this side. We need to add the pier. And then probably one more here. And then add somebody that picking up their order. Have it right there. Cars waiting. And cars turning around. And then we need to put the background, a nicer background. We need to add the signage. Let's do this now before we forget. Material and then neon. Let's put this one neon right there. And then of course we're going to add the lighting as well. We're going to use spotlight. and we need to make it less. Around 10 is good enough. Then just add it all throughout, holding on shift and then moving it onto the right. There we go. And then we're going to add one more here. So we just need to add, oops, make sure you're handling it with the axis that you're adding it to. Oops. And then of course we're going to add one here as well. Make sure everything is nice, because we just grab it. And here we could just grab this one. Almost the same location, so that's why you grab it there. And then here we're going to put it on this side. Oops. Okay. Add it there, and then just keep adding. Grab it there as well. Not sure if I'm gonna light up the Tim Hortons sign. I know it should be light up, but I don't think it's gonna look nice if we light up afterwards. So I'm just gonna leave it like that, and I know it's good enough. Once we have something that looks like that, we have the roof right here. The next thing that we're gonna take care of is the signage. I'm gonna put probably a signage right here. So let's go here, import, and then open. And then we have this Tim Hortons signage. Just import that. And then I know this one we need to scale up. So open up scene graph, select that, or click drop down, select here, click here, and what you do is click on tab. And then you know what I'm gonna do is 0.5 on each up to we get the proper height. Another 0.5, 0.5, and then 0.5. Then more 0.25 to make it small, 0.25, and then 0.25. It's a little bit big, but I think we can do 0.75 now. 0.75. Yeah, 0.75 is good. 0.75. 0.75. I think a little bit more. A little bit tall. 0.75 again. I think that's good enough. I'm just gonna rotate this. $90. Gonna add it there and on this side. And obviously we're going to add grass here and then background. Then let's add more. Import, open. We have the drive-through speaker, so import that. Using material or imported material, we could do that as well. And then go back here, check it. It's in the midpoint, so we could just review where this one is, put it to the same one so that the axis is near. Press tab, and then here we could just add it. We have the speaker right here, so we could just turn it around 180 right there. And we have the speaker right there. I'm gonna add this one, add to user library, and then this one as well, so that I have a copy. So drive-through area right here, and then what we could add is the menu board. To be honest, this is not the menu board for Tim Hortons, but just for show, I added this one. I believe this is the one that we use for McDonald's. So let me look for it, zoom to select. So something like that. So luckily there's no image there, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna add it onto this part. So we have the menu board here, and then another one onto this part. I'm gonna make sure to align it here, and then put this one drive-through speaker, just move it there, and then this one, add another one menu board. So we have menu board right here, on this side and then on this side. So that's good enough. And then let's put this car back. Okay, so now make sure to save it. Have all of that already. Next thing is let's isolate this one. So pick material picker, select. I want to select this floor. Isolate this. The problem with this is I cannot select just this floor. So I want to check the other floors because I know I could just select this floor here, but how come? Either way, let's go here under context, vegetation paint, and then go to grass. I'm gonna add long grass number 2. Select here, increase density, select it again, select here, and it's up to you to make it big. I don't like the look the floor here because that's the thing though, that the reason that I isolate this one is so that I could add the grass without going over, but because of this it's gonna be a lot harder for me to manipulate this. So I'm just gonna gently add all of this right here. It's like painting, you need to be careful. I'm just gonna add this one gently without any mistake or too much mistake. I know it's getting over the line. Then I'm gonna make it smaller for this part. Either way, it's not gonna be seen because the shot will be in the front. But either way, I want it to be nice. I think it's something to do with the settings. Maybe the hierarchy of the layers got messed up, so that's why. But either way, this is working, so might as well use this or do this now than trying to figure that out. Those will take time to figure out. I'm happy with this. And then now right click on this and then isolate off. So at least we have our grass. Oh, we forgot about this one. So you know what? I'm going to select this. And then I'm just gonna paint this. Without isolating anything anymore. Because it's useless to do if it's considering it as all the floors. Okay, I'm happy with that. We have all the grass there. We can make this one size small if we want to, just to lower it out. And then let's look into this. I want to see the material that we have here is the same, so that's good. It just doesn't look same when you have it afar, so that's why I was thinking. And then, oh, what happened here? So for some reason this one got moved. Not sure how. So I'm gonna put it back right here. And we could do shit right here like that. And then I want to figure out what kind of skylight background that I'm gonna use. So let's look at the sky, neon, cloudy. I'm gonna try this one. I'm gonna try this one as well. So while we're waiting, this one can be out, overcast, and then you also need to change. I like the blue light in my image. So go right here, settings, camera, visual effects, color grade, type, and I want it to be blue tint. And the way it looks is really good. And I like the way that one. And then overcast. Let's try this one. Go back here. And then let's try this one. Turn up the overcast. And usually it takes a while, but overcast, I want to try this one as well. And then the number 3. I'm more leaning to the ones that has a lot of light, because I'm always using something that is dark, so might as well change it a bit. let's just wait for this one and then try to rotate it. I want a little bit of shadows like this. That looks good. And then maybe a clear sky, just to change it up. And also, after we finish this, maybe I'm just gonna try this one first and then see how it looks. If I like it, we're gonna stick on that, and then I'm going to add something right here as well. This one. It's fine, but I rather use this one instead. And then I'm going to move this one actually. Move this Tim Hortons right here. Going there. Then this one as well. I want to move this Tim Hortons. Not there, but that's weird. With this one, I'm not sure. Something different. Let me see if I could just add it. So that's why it got moved. It's merging everything. So the scene graph is merging everything. It's fine, but it's something a little irritating because you need to know which one you need to move. So that's a bit irritating for me, but that's fine. We could add in more assets. Like for example, the one for outside. Let me look into that. So backyard stuff, tables. Could add all of this. Something outside for outside only. Backyard stuff. Not sure if that's the only thing that we have. I wanted to add something for outside and with umbrella. So this one I found it under living room. I'm just gonna use this one. So we could put this one right there for outside, and then let me see if we have something that we have. User library. An umbrella. I think we have something. Decoration. New. Chair. 3D asset. 3D door kitchen. I think that's it. We don't have the one for outside, so that's fine. So I'm just gonna leave it like that. And let's continue on the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this Tim Hortons. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in all the signage, lighting, and all this stuff. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is add some background buildings. So I'm gonna use my user library. Again, I already have some buildings right here. What you can do is you can go to you can basically go to 3D warehouse, and then what you can do is you can type in buildings, modern buildings, and then you'll be able to have all of this, and then you just need to import. And here, let's add one that looks like this, the back. I'm gonna put it on this side. And then one big one at the back, something like this. And then something like that at the back right there as well. And then here we could add more of this building, but different orientation. So I'm just gonna leave it like that with that background. I think that's good enough. I could get this kind of image right here beside that, and that looks really good already. What I'm gonna do is I'm just going to move this Move it there, and then this one as well. Maybe if I rotate it 180, that's might be a much better look on that side. And then add another one. So I'm happy with the way it looks. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a weather. I'm gonna make this one. I wanna something like this. Maybe after rain. And then once we have this, it will look like this. Of course, we need to change the rendering. I want a little bit of exposure, something like this, and then like that. And then maybe a different ground material. Let me change this first and change this material. Of course, we need to change the exposure. I'm gonna make it 0 first, and then scale this up. There we go. And then every time we're here, we need to change the settings. So I'm just gonna leave it like this. I'm gonna take an image. So I want my first image to look like this. I wish I could put this signage near. So something like this. I could do this. I'm gonna move this one a little bit near it there. So I don't need to stretch it too much. Something like this is a good image for me. So I'm gonna go to media, image, and then create image. So that's one there. I could move it a little bit at the top, refresh that, and then here I'm going. So before that, I'm gonna choose this, change the lighting here. Something like this. And then so that it will, once I turn this off, it will also create the image. Another one with this. And then probably I'm gonna add background there. So I'm gonna add a background here. Then having that one there would block in that, and then probably here as well. Those big. Here, I'm going to move it a little bit on this side, and then probably a shot up here. Change the speed before, and have this one right here. That looks much better. And then also on this part, another image as well there. So I'm just reviewing what I did. We have this one right there. I think this one should be better if we have it like that. Another one then. So here, here, font, also here, and then there. I'm thinking of adding one on this. Gonna move this one a little bit. And then I'm gonna take an image as well. And then the weather, change it a bit. And there's a big difference there. And then here, turn it on. Turn it on there. Go to weather and then just float it a little bit. Not too much. And then here, do this. And then we also have maybe one for the front. And then turn this one on. Turn this on as well. And then here. And I'm gonna make it lower. Lower it a bit. Just adjusting the height. And that's perfect. And then lastly, this one, lower it a bit, move forward, so that the Tim Hortons logo shows. And we're good with the image. So let's quit here. Make sure to save, and then we're going to do the video. So go back to media. Make sure there's no spraying there. So I'm gonna go to settings, weather, and pull it a little bit there so that it's not. I think this one. I'm gonna move it closer there. So that's my first shot. So video, click create. I'm going to move it to the Tim Hortons. Something like that. Probably around 4 seconds. And then do this. Create a keyframe again. And then 6. And then I just want to double check if this one is visible, the bagels and whatever, because I'm going to make it darker. So I'm gonna put here, and I'm gonna make it dark a bit. I think that's good enough. And then go back to video. We're here already, and then I'm gonna do the aerial shot. I'm going to do this there, and then here. Just leave it 10, and then I'm gonna move closer here, create another keyframe. Six, and then after this, what we can do is movement there, then movement here, we forgot to add bikes here, so I'm gonna add bike later on. Before we do this, we finish this, and then we could do a shot like this. Eight, want to directly go to the bagel. There we go. That's a good shot there. And then going out. I think that's good enough. Go back here, rename, showreel, duplicate. This will be shorts, and then we need to go to more, format, this one custom, and I want this one to be 1000 and this one to be 700. And then you just need to double check. I think that's good enough. I don't see anything that is. This is fine enough. And then let's quit here and add some bikes, car, two-wheel, and some bikes. There we go. And that's good enough. And then why not add some motorbikes right here. I'm gonna add it on this side. Okay, that's fine. So the only thing we need to do is, before you do anything, save. And then once you save, we will need to export this. So click here, select all, and then here select all as well, and then click export, and then put it to the proper location. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.